Alrighty, we are recording now. Everything is ready. Okay, so I was handed another sweaty pile of money to stream more Dungeon Crawl. Thank you for that. This is a Demonspawn Necromancer. I was given the choice. I mean, generally speaking, I choose the combo, but I've been a little, considering I keep raising the price, it's the least I can do to give some options. What was requested was either a Demonspawn Necromancer, which the gentleman who paid was having some trouble winning for a while, and the other option was a Coglin Alchemist, which probably would have made a little bit more sense for the streak because, well, Coglins are new and Alchemists are also pretty much new, and I don't have either in the streak yet, but we can perhaps get to that next. He said dealer's choice, so dealer's choice, I chose DsNe for a couple of reasons, actually. He was saying the statistics are such that almost nobody has won this combo, which was a little surprising to me because back in the day, necromancers were quite good. But I mean, I guess I'll just kind of have to see what happens with it. The spells have changed a lot. I enjoyed necromancers way back in the day before Ebering got his grimy little paws on them, before positional magic, back when Bolt of Draining existed, and I thought the most fun way to play a necromancer was actually as some kind of awkward blaster caster, and I would just go for Bolt of Draining, and then I would go straight for Haunt and Infestation once that was a thing, and it was a ton of fun. DS had the lowest win rate, Necromancer had the lowest background win rate, and Kiku had the lowest god win rate when you ran the stats. Interesting. I don't know a lot about how Kiku works these days. Used to be incredibly strong. Sounds like a reasonably easy combo. Well, we will see. There are some really weird things about this thing. Like first of all, we're going to look at Soul Splinter, and I'm not going to bother to read out the LearnDB description because it's not useful. It's about as useful as the fluff here. Attempts to force a tiny fragment of a living, holy, or demonic being's soul to take leave of their body and manifest as a soul wisp. The wisp is nominally under the necromancer's control, but will focus its attacks foremost on the creature it was created from, instinctually trying to return to its proper home once more, blah, 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 blah. Long story short is this is a magic resist check. It weakens enemies, which is actually really, really, really strong in the early game because you don't have a lot of HP to go around. And it creates an ally, and summons, obviously, are incredibly strong. The downside is, of course, it's a magic resist check, it can fail, it's a spell, you could technically fail to cast it, and I am told, and this is the part I'm suspicious about, but the gentleman seems very insistent that there is like another check that happens that's like a coin flip, that is like whether or not the wisp shows up or not. And I don't know of any other spell that works this way. I wouldn't put it past the devs to put something like that in the game. Just watch when I cast it. I played a test run. Well, I didn't really play a whole test run. I played for 5 minutes, just to see, what a couple of these spells did. And I didn't see anything funky going on, but maybe you can direct me to what I'm supposed to be looking at. Yeah, please. Okay, so the rest of these spells, Graveclaw is weird and dumb. It does a ton of damage, it's smite targeted, it's absolutely overpowered, except you can only cast it up to 3 times, because after that, basically you have to, it kind of recharges like an evocable item does. You have to get kills, really it's probably gated off of experience if I had to guess, and you can have a maximum of 3 of those charges stored at any given time. So it's like a spell with like a quasi-piety component to it. It's just very strange. I think this might be interesting if it kind of told you what your charge was at, granularly, so that I could know like, oh, am I about to get a charge back? Yes, no. Because it's not like each time you kill something you get a charge. It's like some kind of experience-gated thing. It's very powerful. It does a lot of damage. 2d9 is incredible at lowest spell power, That's up to 18 damage. That's really good. If you hit Q, it'll show you charges. I know you can see the number of charges, but can you see like 2.2? You know what I mean? Like how close you are to getting your next charge? That'd be useful. I don't really like the concept in general, though. feels more suitable as a higher level spell. Yeah, I agree. Once you memorize it, it shows you the number of charges as well. Vamp Drain, old classic, very good. Animate Dead, a little awkward to use compared to how it used to be. Instead of casting it to create zombies, you cast it like Death Channel, apparently. Okay, fine. Yeah, it's a panic button, Gridgem. Animate Dead will be useful. Curse of Agony, very awkward spell. Instead of... I mean, it's better than it used to be, because they nerfed it to being in melee range, and now they have changed it again, so it instead is a buff that makes you torment things a couple of times when you attack them. I mean, this is turn economy, essentially. You get damage faster. It's not terrible, but at the same time, I don't really want to be casting, I don't want to be training necromancy up to level 5 spells just to be in melee. Anyway. There's probably better things that I could be doing with my mana. But we will see. We might end up using this. It is, I gotta say, kind of interesting that necromancers now start with, and I guess this was pretty much the case for a lot of Crawl, but I never noticed this before. I wonder if this wasn't the case. No, this wasn't the case for a while, because there was a time when BVC existed. What I'm trying to say is every single necromancer spell is pure necromancy in your starter book. There's no cross school, which is weird. Anyway, the one thing that I've done is I've gone ahead and I've set my training for fighting. We have 13 HP. I certainly would like to have some more of that. We're going to set our skill training target to 1. It looks like I did that off stream. Very good. We have started with 1.7 dodging, 1.7 stealth, 4.3 necromancy, which is a lot. Thank you, positive aptitude, and 2.0 spell casting. More than anything, I would really like to have some extra magic points right now. Especially considering I could just whiff on my starter spell a few times, but we're gonna try to make this work. I need to get the fighting because I got to get over 17 HP. First thing we're gonna do, of course, is grab these stones. And we're off to the races. We just got a 3-stack. That's kind of interesting because that's a 3-stack. That could be anything. The rarity of it doesn't matter. That could be acquirement. I could have just gotten a 3-stack of acquirement. Hello, June. How you doing? This is always the most dangerous part of the game, so I'm going to play so slow. Anything could happen. Hello. Alright, this is a little awkward. Normally I would want to throw stuff at him, and maybe pull him into the, Doesn't work on your Chromebook? You got a Chromebook there? Come back for the VOD. Okie dokie. Normally I would want to throw a rock at him and lure him back to the void. I think instead I would like to open up with the soul splinter. Just kidding. Just kidding, the range is not great. I forgot about that. We are cucked on range, so we will throw the rock. Wait, what? We're going to queue up a rock because the game really wants to queue soul splinter for some reason. ZA him? What do you mean? What are you talking about? It won't... It's not like a throwable. It won't... Oh, once he's in range. Well, yeah, once he's in range, but we're going to throw a rock first. This is actually not so bad because with him asleep, there's a pretty solid chance to actually hit him. Unfortunately, it didn't do any damage. He shouted, which is unfortunate, but nothing shouted back. Wow, let's get into melee as fast as possible. Normally, I'd want to throw rocks at him. Yeah, chance to affect 64%. So that's what you're looking at there is the magic resist chance. They added that description a little while ago. I forget which version, and that tells you what your chance. So that's true of any magic resist spell. So I may have misunderstood what you said. I thought you were trying to say that there was a chance to fail on top of the magic resist chance, but that's just showing you the same thing that it would for like confusion or what's that sleep spell, the cold one in Sorcelled Hibernation. Anything that's hex is what I call them that affects magic resist will have that little description there. So yeah, it's 64%. That could be raised or lowered based on what my spell power is. You know, so intelligence, skill in the spell school, etc. affects that. Very strange mechanic to put on a level 1 summon spell. Oh, I agree. It's awkward. In fact, I think that basically the only class where I think it makes sense to have a magic resist check as your level 1 spell, summon or no, would be the enchanter. That's the whole gimmick, right? So it's just kind of weird. Anyway, so what we could do here is we could roll up into melee with him, or I could start throwing some more rocks, more chance to hit, more chance to do damage. What I really need to know to make the correct decision here is how many turns this Soul Wisp lasts. And unfortunately, I just don't know. I assume it's a while. I guess we could test it. I probably should have tested it. If it's only like 5 turns, the correct thing to do is to walk forward and kill him. You know what? I don't want to walk forward because things could come in from behind me in theory. Let's just throw 1 turn, 2 turn, 3 turn, 4 turn, 5 turn. He's dead. I'm going to wait a little bit. 1, 2, 3, that's 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, we have a buddy for a while. 17, 18 turns. So let's say 10 to 20, if I had to guess. Little piece of incompetence here. No message. No message. Thank you, crawl devs. This is not Trunk. This is a finalized version of the game, 0.32. No message from the Wisp disappearing. Crawl devs, everybody. Very competent. Definitely not head up ass at all. What's up, Gadriel? We are trying out the new Necromancer with the new spells. Okay, no whammies. Let's hope we don't get shafted. In fact, I shouldn't even I shouldn't even be walking by these glass walls. Starting the ranting early. Hey, I calls them as I sees them. This is 0.32. So we know that ooze is over there. Do I feel good about fighting a goblin? I think I do. A goblin with a dagger. Nice! Sick. It showed up in front of him. Be really careful with constriction. Yeah, somebody explained to me, peak DCSS, pretty much. This is the most entertaining this stream is going to get. Tell me more about how constriction works now. You're guaranteed to escape after a certain number of turns, but it does like an insane amount of damage though, right? And you can always blink out of it. Is that right? Am I understanding? How much more damage? Like, are we talking double? Bruh, I gotta tell you, this is why I think that getting stealth in the early game is nice, and it's lovely when the game actually hands it to you, because I have almost 2, which is the magic number, and you notice everything's just asleep as I'm running into it. You know, the stones aren't doing a ton for us, but they're doing a little bit. Look at how strong this minion is. Oh, even Python constricts, so it's not gated off of hit dice? He constricted me and he only did the 1 damage. Let's go ahead and pull our stealth all the way to 2. Because it's the same cost right now as fighting, so we might as well get the benefit from it, right? Well, on the other hand, I guess I do want... No, I need a little more HP. We gotta get it to 17 before I feel good. Huh. If anybody wants to code dive, I would be pretty curious what that damage looks like. If it's not hit dice based, that's pretty special. If it's just like a flat damage, just based on like, oh, it's constriction, you know, then that's kind of weird. It's weird that you would take the same amount of damage from a ball python that you would from a you know, gigantic snake man. Have I lost anything? Nope. Uh-oh. That is a +2 dagger of venom. Nice. Python's dead. I am so happy that this is between me and the dude with the Dagger of Venom. I'm just going to chill out. By the way, let's do a little XV action on this thing. It's going to do 5 damage. That is a lot of damage for level 1, for D1. Mob versus player constriction is buff damage-wise. I'll look for the damage calc. Yeah, I want to know if it's got a hit dice component to it. Player versus mob constriction damage. Well, that doesn't really matter. I mean, it does, because the fun thing about early game Octopode is that you can just beat the hell out of everything in melee if it reaches you. It's harder to escape from mob versus player constriction, but you're guaranteed to do so on the 3rd move, and you can blink out. And blinking out is guaranteed now. I always thought it was lame that you could teleport out of a constriction guaranteed, but not blink out. So that change I suppose I do like. Not being able to walk away from it though as easily is kind of cringe. I don't know. Yeah, so this dude only has 3 HP, and the venom is not. I mean, it's a +2 weapon, so that's unfortunate. But the venom is not going to touch this dude. So let's just let's just let the wisp handle it. And now, yeah, baby, we got that +2 dagger of venom. That's a start. I can't complain about that. God, what is this wacky ass glass wall? This glass wall floor on D1. I've wandered into a Japanese love hotel. What's going on here? GG. Not anymore. Not anymore, Quad Nines. The thing is that like Venom used to be a pretty good GG moment back when you could do column dancing and whatnot, but because of attacks of opportunity, I'm not so sure. Certainly, it's a help with the wisp. Yeah, well, yeah, that's true. I can. I mean, that's true. This wisp is having a hard time this time. There we go. With the wisp, I can actually get out of combat. So summons are just like unbelievably good now, more than they used to be. Do I want to auto-explore? Probably not. Probably not. Hello. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I was waiting, but he doesn't seem to want to come. Oh. Oh, hold on. Hold the phone. I just realized something. My RC file isn't here. Yeah, my Zot timer's not showing up. I'm gonna save game and exit. I'm gonna edit RC. It's because the version changed. Give me a second here. I've got my RC file sitting on my desktop. I think. Malcolm Rose RC dot RC. The Royal Crown Cola. Y'all remember the Royal Crown Cola? For those of you who are disgusting corn syrup enjoyers. Alright. Pasting this in. Going back into the game. There we go. Notice that you can see my Zot timer now. And that's going to affect my auto-explorer, not my auto-explorer, my tabbing. You feel energized by your suffering. Is that powered by pain? Because if that's powered by pain, I am pretty pleased about that. I can't complain about powered by pain. Oh my lord, wait a minute. Do I get to enjoy the power of agility? I haven't gotten to enjoy an agility potion for a very long time. Are we agility masters now? Is that effect still in the game, and is it a thing with powered by pain? I guess we're about to find out. Little pleasant blast from the past. I still remember the you can get agility off of powered by pain. Hell yeah. I still remember the stupid commit message where they acted like agility was not a good ability. And I was just dumbfounded. I mean, it wasn't a thing that was going to save you single-handedly, but I thought it was like a wonderful status effect because it was the perfect example of something that was like you were willing to spend it before you were willing to spend other things. Are you fast? How the fuck did you just get a turn on me? Did you guys see that? He got a turn on me. Have they put random energy back into the game? He moved 2 tiles in 1 turn, right? So is there attacks of opportunity and random energy now? Oh, is that the constrict damage? It's only for Naga and Octopode, so that's player versus monster. Oh, well, that's not germane, although it is interesting. Anyway, I guess I would really like to know what just happened there, because I'm pretty sure he just moved 2 tiles in one turn, and he is not a fast enemy. So I'm a little confused. Random energy is back. And they can gain, not just lose turns. So random energy exists, and attacks of opportunity exist at the same time. That is the dumbest shit I've ever heard of in my whole life. I can feel my brain turning into a glob of gray sludge. Unfortunately, unlike this endoplasm, it doesn't have a rudimentary awareness. I'm just numb. Good luck with it. Alrighty. Yeah, no, you mentioned that, Gadriel. They said they did it just to piss me off. No, I know. Yeah, no, I heard that. That's actually the exact reason why they do everything, I'm told. Unsure if that's true or not. Allegedly. Alrighty, so we have a 3 stack of scrolls, we have another scroll, and we have a couple of potions and a magic potion. You may be wondering why I'm not read IDing these. It's because it could be noise, it could be telly. We'll use those soon. I think I'm going to auto-explore, actually. You pick up a book of burglary. You find ensorcelled hibernation, swiftness, and pass wall. Swiftness is an option. Ensorcelled hibernation is a bit of a comedy option. I'm still not convinced that attacks of opportunity are a... like, you referred to it as a ranged attack of opportunity. That's not really what it is. What happened to you probably was that they moved onto the screen and attacked on the same turn, which is 100% possible. It's not quite the same thing as an attack of opportunity. I had a conversation, I think, with DsNe and Man about this, and we looked at the code and we're like 99% sure you can't eat an attack of opportunity from ranged. But what you're talking about is still quite lame. You're moving away both times. Yeah, well, if they're faster than you and or they're getting random energy, then they don't give a shit, basically. They 2x moves in AO range. Well, was it a centaur? Because centaurs are fast on top of that, so it's possible that he moved. He got... oh, it was a cyclops. Let's see. You moved away, and he wasn't in your line of sight. He moved in and attacked you. Are you 100% sure what tile he was in? I guess you would probably... or was he on the edge of your vision, but you could see him? Because all that would take is one random energy, random move forward attack. Well, Centaur Warrior is that's a wash because he's fast, but the Cyclops is interesting, depending on what the exact scenario was. Anyway, this is, speaking of interesting, the spells we just found maybe point us in an interesting direction. I just realized we got level 2. Let's go ahead and pick up Graveclaw. You've harvested enough death to cast the spell 1 time, so we kind of have a get out of jail free card right now. Can you do this to an undead thing? I guess you probably can. It's like a physical attack basically. So That'll be handy. I don't think we're going to train hexes or ice. I mean, first of all, my aptitudes aren't amazing. I mean, the hexes are okay, but I'm already hitting magic resist with my level 1 necro spell, and all the things that Ensorcelled can't work against, you know, are the same things largely that the necromancy spell doesn't work against either. So I think we're going to ignore that. Swiftness. Perhaps the swiftness of the Demonspawn will still be talked about today, if I decide to learn that spell. That could be worth it, although I think with a summon, it's kind of a weird summon though. I don't know, with a summon I can get away from most fights. Goth girl cred. Sorry, I only date girls that are into healing crystals, like you know, like Wiccans. It's not quite the same thing as a goth. Oh my god, I really shouldn't. I should not be auto-exploring. Hey, there we go. Man, my wisps are winning every single 1v1. I gotta say, it's pretty cool. Let's get our stealth to 2. He lost that 1v1, but he was hurt, so it doesn't count. Mob versus player damage is random range between attack damage and double attack damage? Are you shitting me? So they're basically like, they're getting like quasi-sleep damage on you. That's unreal. Every single turn from Constrict. Can you be constricted by multiple things at the same time? Because I don't remember. Oh, I believe you. I'm not going to question you on this. I 100%... Oh, shit. Made a little mistake there. A little mistake-a-roni. You've officially gotten me afraid of constrict damage now. I mean, granted, the base damage on a Python is not exactly amazing, but... Hey, Raga, nice to see you. What's up, man? This is the gentleman, the steward of Crawl Cosplay, which is to this day the only challenge, and especially the tournament associated with it, that seems to, as far as I'm concerned, get it right. You know, in terms of the most fun sort of event that you could do around Crawl. There were always problems with the old mainline tournament format, and the new one is just much worse, even still. I guess CDCC, the Crawl Sudden Death Challenge, CSDC was pretty good, but that's kind of similar actually to the way the cosplay thing works, although people get infinite attempts, right? So it's time limited though, so I think it's fun. I think you've done a good thing there. Anyway, we got our stealth to 2. Our health is 22. I think I'm going to get one more level of fighting, and then we might grab some necromancy. The new tournament really likes turn count. Dude, hey, the main team, what's up, man? Way more than winning. Yeah, I mean, that was... The old format was interesting because if you were on a team, I never really liked the solo stuff. That was just like, watch Yermak play for 9 million hours and win, whatever. But the team play was interesting to me because every single member of the team... you know, you got like a halfway decent turn count score, you got a halfway decent, you know, real-time score, and that was good enough, you know, like you're contributing as best you can to your team score that way. But you also could specialize. So if you were like good at streaking, you could go and just do that. And I think they've tried to maintain that with the new format, but there are, I don't know, there are some issues, basically. Also, I think we have finally cleared this room. Give me my damn ring, please. Oh, that's actually not bad. That's actually really good for D1. That means I don't have to train any spellcasting for a while. I am good on, like, that's huge, actually, as far as offense goes. It's not amazing for defense, but it's great for offense. That's pretty huge. What is that, like, 9 more mana? That's a massive amount. I now have almost 3x the mana that I had before. Hi, guys. Well, hallways are my friend. There's the dreaded triple fail. Fourth time is the charm, I suppose. Having best streak isn't worth 10k. You only get it for a 25 streak in tournament. But hasn't happened even once since new tournament was implemented. Yeah, that's a fucking humongous time invest. I mean, I play slowly, to be fair. There are people who play 2-3 times as fast as me, and if I wanted to streak to 25 and do it quickly, and you let me do whatever combos I wanted to do, I could do it much faster. If I didn't have to stream it, if I wasn't explaining what I was doing, if I was playing a little bit more fast and loose. Even so, the tournament is so hungry for your time that I don't know, man. Like, that feels like you could be using your precious time on something else, basically. Mix of luck and weirdness. Yeah, it's been so long since I've looked at the new rules that I couldn't really speak in depth about every little thing that's wrong with it. But I know that I had very negative opinions of it back in the day, and I'm sure that nothing has gotten better. I have never had an interest in playing the new tournament. I did make a post during the last tournament on Reddit that was like, I'm running a secret team, guys. I'm gonna have a secret tournament team. Nobody can play on their real names. But that is not true. That was what you call a prank. Apparently I'm banned from the tournaments with no real explanation as to why. And I only found this out like a year or two after it happened, because it happened around the same dude that the narcissist, the same time that the narcissist guy got control of the tournaments and the format was changed. And I didn't want to play it anyway, and so I didn't keep up with it. I didn't keep track of it, and so I found out like 2 years later because somebody sent me a screenshot of the guy bragging about it, and I'm like, all right, that's cool. But no, you would not catch me. You would not catch me playing one of these tournaments. It's a waste of time. This is not very interesting, the format. I did think about playing in the crawl cosplay thing though. That was interesting. I was just kind of busy in real life at the time, so I did not. Also, all right. So we did D1. We got a dagger. We got a club. We got a robe. Alright, I have this 3 stack. I would like to go down and use it. Let's go down. Let's read. Well, hold on. Can I cast? Let's throw first. Please don't shout. Oh, no. Okay. Pain, haste, slow, blink. Fuck this. I'm out of here. Okay, good. Read the stack. It's identify. Interesting. Okay. They lowered ziggurats from 27 to 5. I mean, I guess that lowers the time invest, but also, I mean, isn't that less interesting? Do you even get to... Does it become a mega zig by 5, or do you need to do more? Malcolm, constrict is 2x range, attack damage minus 2x attack damage, double what you said previously. Wait, you're saying it's 2 attack damage minus 2x attack damage. 2x range. Oh, range is in the function range. 2x... Are you trying to put a comma there and not a dash? Or the range is, okay, the range is the attack damage to 2x attack damage. So it actually, if you rolled 2, you could get 4x damage. Is that what you're trying to say? Am I reading this correct? So like if your goblin does 3 damage, you roll 3 times, you roll 6. So then you actually are doing 12. Let's say you're like a goblin that can constrict. It's a bad example. So you're actually doing 12 damage when your base damage is 3, potentially. I remember back in the day when Mokleb was the go-to ziggurat doer. Range of double attack damage to 4x attack damage. Yeah, no, that's what I thought. We have a scroll of brand weapon, by the way. which comically we don't need to use yet because we have a dagger, but maybe we'll become a broadaxe man. Dexterity, tabber, go. Yeah, maybe. So on a ball python, that's 4 to 8 per turn. Yeah, that's that certainly sounds miserable. Yeah, that's I hope AC should probably apply to it like twice, but it probably doesn't. I don't know. That's crazy, dude. That's nuts. That doesn't sound very well thought out. I mean, are they just trying to make constrict really, 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 really dangerous? Is that necessary? Do my fragments inherit speed, by the way? No, they inherit some damage though, because that's only 4 and the rest were 5. Level 3, baby. For the time being, we're getting intelligence. Large bony plates grow over parts of your arms. That's actually pretty good. That's actually pretty amazing. I get shield from that. That's my that's going to be my scale mutation is going to be bony plates. I cannot complain about having shield. That's not bad at all. Okie dokie. Yeah, I'll take that. Okay, we got this 1 stack. Streamer luck. I mean, if I had streamer luck, I'd be getting powered by death. Let's be real. Or actually, you know what I would ask for? My number 1 demon spawn mutation, surprisingly, would be Spiny. Spiny just like gives you the early game. Jessica, by the way, is on this floor. Was it a dev that said the Amulet of Reflection was weak? Well, yeah, they tried to remove it. I think that was Pleasing Fungus. He's just not a very smart man, frankly. He's, oh my god, my throat is so dry. I gotta hydrate here. He's just not a very smart man, basically. He was like, oh, it's not a very overwhelming effect, you know, it's kind of boring and it's not powerful at all. And I'm looking at that and I'm thinking like that is the number 1 amulet that I used in every single one of my streak games because it's the best one for most situations. It's like consistently good, I guess you could say. But yeah, that was a dev. That was in the commit message for the removal of the shield amulet. And the thing about that is, I made a post about that on Reddit shortly afterwards, just shitting and dunking on them over it. And I'm convinced that's the real reason that these people hate me so much. Like, they say it's like weird political stuff. No, I think I just hurt their little fifis, and I made them feel bad. The spell Paralyze? Oh yeah, I don't know if I've actually played with that. What is it like every time you cast a spell you occasionally paralyze enemies? What the hell? He didn't follow me. I guess it was stealth kicked in. Bruh. Okay, you do 1d5 damage with freeze. I feel okay about meleeing you. Regen or Spirit Shield. Spirit Shield's a weird one because it really limits the number of gods that you can choose, in my opinion, because you really don't want a god that gives you a panic button that uses mana at that point. Regen obviously is good, though. Additional levels increases range. Is it subject to magic resist? Alright, this is weird. Do we have 3 charges of our Mary Sue spell? Yeah, we do. Oh. Just kidding. An epic battle was about to start, but nope. My guy disappeared with no message, of course. Nice. Python's dead. Wow. Wow. So actually, the bite damage of a Python is 3, so doesn't that mean he could do 6 damage? Because 4 times 3 is or Or excuse me, he could do 12 damage. 12 damage a turn in theory. But the thing is, if I look at him, it says begin ongoing constriction 1 to 2 damage. So is that tooltip just wrong? Does that use the old formula maybe? That'd be funny. I would not put it past the game to just straight up lie to you about how much damage they can do. Okay, attack the python. Nope. Okay, no whammies, wish me luck. Good, no enemies. Didn't want to be surrounded by crap when I came down here. Paralyzed strength increases with spell power. Huh. Yeah, that sounds pretty good. Oh, boy, do we have a panic button for this? Haste, I guess. Graveclaw. I think we're just not gonna fight that. I mean, technically, I've got a poison dagger, right? So chances are good we kill him before he kills us, but okay. This is going to be identified, so I'm going for this first. All right, Wand of Flame. Could be good to train some evokes for that. That's pretty solid. Let's get our fighting to 3 though. Oh, I agree, the Mian team. It's the ribbon worm. Oh, I don't have any. Just kidding. I don't have any rocks anymore to throw. Alright, what do? You did a big boy damage, right? 6 damage base, 9 ensnare, which is not the same thing as constriction. We have the... I'm just gonna do it. There we go. That was slightly dangerous. Not super duper. I was pretty sure we would... Oh no! But he didn't see me. He didn't see me. Yeah, no, closed door is the answer, of course. As you shit the door, it makes a loud noise. I mean, I could have stepped forward and just stabbed him, but that's the kind of big boy play you really don't want to do. That's, all right. My heart is racing now. How much HP does his ass have? 27. So what was that? That was Sigmund. 18, up to 18 damage per... I mean, we could probably Graveclaw him 3 times, but I think we're just gonna bail on this. Fuck this, man. Adios. Where's the downstairs? We haven't found a downstairs. Okay, we got another 3 stack. That's really handy. That's really, really helpful. We're getting a lot of resources. I can't complain about that. We're getting a lot of resources. Hello. We got a rapier. Base accuracy 4, base damage 7. So 3 more damage than a dagger, a couple less points of accuracy. We could read the brand weapon scroll on that and actually go for short blades. That is a thing that we could do. If I read the brand weapon and I got electric, well, that would have been good back in the day. I'm not so convinced that it's good now, since they nerfed electric. They made it trigger less often or something. I forget exactly what it was. Let's turn auto pickup off. Let's read this right off the ground. 1 out of 4 instead of 1 out of 3. Like, really? Let's get this 2 stack of potions. Hell yeah. Draining is really good. Yeah, draining is the king for the early game. Although it's a little awkward on this character since I've, you know, it's going to suck against the exact things that I'm already going to suck against. Yeah, it's funny, Desert. By the way, when I leveled up, I didn't pick up Vamp Drain, and I probably should have. Why don't we go ahead and do that? That's something of a panic button, although with all this mana, we could kind of spam it a little bit. Alright, so the big question is, are we going to hang out on this floor or not? Finish off Jessica. I'm pretty scared of Sigmund, I have to say. But I also really want these resources, so it's hard to say no. This scroll situation is weird. Let's go ahead and read it here, because I don't want to read it below and then it ends up being tally. Okay, it's MO. There's a scroll you don't want to use randomly. It's really handy though that we have 2 of those. We could do some interesting things with that. Enlightenment gives me that magic resist temporarily. Going down, skipping the Sigmund floor. Okay, we got a downstair. Do I have any 2 stacks? Nothing unidentified. Okay. It's about time for me to train more necromancy. I'm pretty happy with, you know, outside of that Sigmund, I'm pretty happy with what we've run into so far. By the way, with this dagger being +2, we're 100% using this and not the rapier. No way. If we run into a pack of whites and we get like a high enchant weapon, then maybe I'll brand weapon on it and we'll see what happens. But let's get necromancy to 5. Let's get this stuff a little bit more castable. I would really like Vamp Drain to be a thing that we can use. Huh. Okay. That's interesting. Oh yeah, there's an amulet on D2 that I haven't had a chance to get. Well, that's a regen. I can't complain about that. That helps. Okay, I'll take that. I would have rather had shield, but maybe the other one's shield. Who knows? Let's just take a quick look. Where is that amulet? It's way off to the west. You know, it would be cool offhand weapons. Well, boy do I have some news for you. You should play Bacadron Crawl. He added dual wielding. I think that Mainline finally got with the times on that, and they created Coglins, which I think can dual wield, or maybe they just attack twice as fast or something. I don't know, but I think in Bacadron Crawl you can just straight up do it. Whoa, hold on. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What is that? Okay, it's just a regular falchion. I saw that and I got a little perturbed. It's a bit jank in Bacadron. No, no, no. Bacadron Crawl is a janky fork. It's fun, I'm sure. It's got a lot of really wild things going on. I don't think it's meant to be terribly balanced. Also, this vault makes my eyeballs hurt. I guess I'll look at the right side of the screen to see the list of enemies, in case I get surprised. Okay, green potion. An adder that I would still rather not fight, although I feel better about it now that I have curing. That still doesn't mean we want to try to 1v1 an adder. I guess I could probably fight Jessica now, especially if I... Whoa! 2D 3-star. We got cure potions. We can just walk away. Oh, 48% chance to affect. That's not great. Bruh. This is actually not ideal. I shouldn't be fighting this. Okay, so the cool thing about that Grave Claw is that it actually pins them in place. For, I don't know exactly, it says several turns, but I'm a little suspicious. I'm just going to cast again and again. We're just going to finish him with that. Because I really messed up. They're weak to poison. Yeah, we probably should have meleeed him, but I was... No, I know the Pyre Arrow is ranged. I was a little concerned. It says 2D 3-star, but I think it's actually a multiple on that. It has the BVC effect. Kind of. It's not exactly constriction. It's not damage over time. It just stops them from moving, I think. It's more like the Wu Jan effect. Let's get our evocations to 1. You know what? I really needed to panic less in that situation, because I just realized I got Vamp Touch. We were just fine there. Your hands begin to faintly glow with unholy energy. Your touch may inflict minor irresistible damage to your foes. Is that an Ox attack? Or is that, do I have to attack in melee with no weapon? Can somebody look that up, perhaps? Your offhand has to be free. What if you're just, what if it's an unarmed combat attack? That's an Ox attack that removes gloves and gives MR minus. Oh, it's going to take away my glove slot? Or is it, like, optional? Okay, you lead here. We're going to go up here. It actually takes away gloves at rank 3, and then it won't... It'll give an MR debuff to the enemy. Well, so are you telling me it's going to take away my glove slot, but then it's also not going to do anything unless I have my offhand free? Tell me you're lying to me. Also, we reflect now, baby! That's really stupid. It's good early game. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure, yeah. Your touch misses the Kobold. I'm getting the Ox attack, so yeah. Alright. Guess we'll just see how good it is. Damage at rank 1 is 6 to 10, triggers on 40% of attacks. Alright. Hey, maybe this will finally be our shapeshifter. Bypasses AC and is irresistible. Okay, I should not have been hanging out on this floor, but that's okay. 45% chance to slow. I feel like we drink Enlightenment, even though I would really prefer to save that for somebody like Sigmund. We can't be slow while she's fast. Are you kidding me with this? There we go, finally. Alright. Alright, we're good. We're gonna melee a bit. We're gonna melee a bit. We got her. Not so bad. I want to take evocations to 2, but actually I just need more necromancy, so we're gonna pick that up. A couple of mistakes being made here, but nothing too bad. She had Amulet of the Acrobat. Huh. A longsword. You know what's sad is I don't even know if a longsword's better than a falchion. 2 accuracy, 8 damage. 1 accuracy, 10 damage. The longsword is better. Take the longsword in case I really need to enchant something and, like, I don't know. Maybe I really want to melee a Hydra. Anyway, I'm glad we came back for the amulet, because now we got reflection, so can't complain about that. Someone said there was an altar, but I don't see it. I just remembered someone mentioned that there was a faded altar. Was there like a vault that I'm not familiar with, perhaps? The one good thing about Modern Crawl is that I haven't played in so long that I'm not instantly recognizing every single vault anymore. So there's new ones like this, and he was right. This is Amulet of Reflection isn't that weak. Ah, yes, of course. Alright, Trog, Wujin, or Kazlal. I said that I was going to try to aim for Kiku, and God knows I don't want to convert to Trog on this dude. So, I really shouldn't be auto-exploring here. Yeah, I think it's new. Harvest enough does to cast a spell 1 time. Alright, cool. I think I feel good about fighting an adder now. Honestly, this ability, the level 1 spell is just really nice. Because it targets magic resist and not their massive evasion, so I can do this. If I wanted to, I could Grave Claw, but another thing about this character is that I have Vamp Drain, which also avoids their massive evasion. So honestly, I don't have to be too afraid of adders. Frankly, like the kit that a necromancer gets. That's what you want to see, really. What you don't want to see is a bunch of powerful undead in the early game. Like a pack of whites would be irritating for this character to deal with. Could we kill Natasha? Probably. Do we want to fight Natasha right now? Not really. Oh, hey. Wow. We just found a gigantic stack of curing. We now have 6 curing potions. That means that Sigmund is, well, not something that we want to... Not somebody that we want to fight, but... He's a guy. Oh! Boy! Well, I guess I'm happy that that's not a wand that can instantly kill me. That is only polymorph. What you got there? 58% chance. Are there any new forms that I don't know about that could ruin my whole damn day? Because if he makes me into a tree, I'm fine. If he makes me into a mushroom, I'm fine because the attack is amazing. A bat, I just fly away. A pig, I have a rough time with a pig, I guess, if I'm in melee. I think we're good. Wisp, you just blink around. I mean, Wisp would be the worst one because the blink could like not kick in, I guess. But what do we got? We got a lot of curing. Let's just do this. I resist. He resists. You about to get meleeed, boy? Yeah, like the thing is, he's weakened as well. Like I can't overstate how useful that weaken is. It's probably something that's easy to overlook on that level 1 spell, but when you go from a base damage of 7 to 4, that's a lot in the early game. You're wasting all my charges, bro. Alrighty, I am a Wisp now. Yeah. Oh, that lowered my mana, because there are only 5 forms. Can we use wands in this form? Yo, alright, so Wisps used to have a... It used to have an electric attack. But I don't think that's the case anymore. I'm pretty sure that's not the case anymore, but I could be wrong. Let's try to melee. You touch, but do no damage. You touch, you closely miss. Moderately wounded. Wait, who's taking damage? He's taking damage from it. I need the Wisp to do just a little bit more work here. Random blink on Wisp form removed in 0.27. Alrighty. I mean, my evasion is 17 in this form. It's not really doing him any favors for me to be a Wisp. Okay, terrific. 5 charges. I can't complain about that. Pretty good early game. Hanging out next to Sigmund was terrifying, but... Ooh, that's a War Axe. We could brand that. There could be all kinds of nastiness behind these dudes, so we're going to throw... You hear a loud squeak. I'll throw a rock and just try to lure this one dude. There could be a priest behind him. There could be a wizard. Take that War Axe, I guess. Nice, okay. We now have 3 charges of Graveclaw. Okie dokie, 1, 2, 4 in terms of failure percentages. Let's pop on the leather armor. 2, 3, 8. For 1 point of AC, and I lose a point of EV. I'm going to go with not worth it. Back in the day, that probably would have been worth it for GDR. Not so much anymore. Yeah. I do want to be in some heavier armor, though, at some point. Yo, this is not what you want to see. The old D3 priest. We have a lot of HP, though. What's he got there? Hand Axe of Flaming? The ultimate in Hydra killing technology. Truthfully, we're actually really good to go for fighting this dude. Why don't we just do it? Look at how good Vamp Drain is. Isn't that wonderful? He started to do his big damage stuff to me, and I just said, nope! And just touched him in his special place and drained all his HP away. Wonderful. Okay, why don't we... Do we want more fighting? God, I think I'm straight up just gonna keep getting necromancy. Vamp Drain is really good. It's kind of like riding the lightning, though. Like you're on the dangers. You're on the knife's edge with that spell, because if you fail a couple of times while you're taking big damage, and you finally got past Slime and Elf, and now you're slaughtering vaults on the GREE. I forget. Did you win a GRE yet? Because I remember you had me play one, right? Past Slime and Elf. I mean, you're home free, man. I want to say I thought you said you beat you had won a GRE, but I might be confused. Someone else sponsored my GRE. Really? Huh. Someone paid me to do a GRE, and it was one of the streak runs, so. Huh. I apologize for getting that mixed up. Super close on a dozen games. You know, it's a classic combo, but secretly I don't think it's a very good combo. I mean, it's powerful in its own way, but I think directing newbies towards it is almost like a troll. Like they're not. Gargoyles in general are like an awkward species to play. Low HP is horrible if you don't have perfect resist. Yeah, for sure. And people think you can just tank with them right off the bat because you have a bit of AC, but there's lots of things that more or less bypass AC is the thing. So you really have to play smart. Alright, I'm gonna read this 2-stack. We got enchant armor. I would rather have not used it on that robe. Too bad we didn't find any ox slots, but whatever, I'll take a point of AC. It's fine. Don't splat. I'll do my best. Can't make any promises. I'm tempted to go back up and fight Sigmund, but I know I shouldn't, so I'm not gonna. The lack of magic resist is just too much. Oh, we actually got a stab there. No balls? Yeah. That's a fact. Magic Scroll Boutique. Well, I don't need to save my money because I'm honor bound not to be lazy and go zag. What do we want to have identified the most? Do we want Telly? Probably. Do we want Fear? Definitely. It's one of the two. It's one of the two. Fear will instantly get us out of a lot of problems, but let's pick up the Telly because that's the one. That's the goat, as the zoomies are saying. And unfortunately, we didn't have another one of those, but that's okay. We'll come back. We'll come back for the Fear next. And there's a lot of ID in there too, so we'll grab those and identify these potions as well. Kind of cool. Wand of Warping. I'm not familiar with that. I do know that Sigmund had a Wand of Warping, because he wasn't powerful enough without having a wand as well. Brief but violent rift in space, damaging everything caught in its wake, and sometimes blinking them a short distance away. 3d7 damage, which is unreal. That is like a fireball, basically. That is really good. Why don't we switch gears real fast and get evokes at least to 2, because now we have a big ol' stack of that crap. I would kind of like to have a longer ranged option. 2 spell levels left. I think we want to get some spell levels as well. We want to get Animate Dead online. Really important. It was a little risky for me to walk towards him. He very well could have had a pack behind him. And he did. With a Dagger of Draining on that wizard, actually. Granted, we have 6 potions of curing, so it's not so bad, but there's going to be altars in here, I think. Oh no, it's the entire temple. Okay. Okay. Well, as promised, we will try a Kiku game. Are you guys ready? Neo Kiku? I have no abilities right now, which is normal for the start. You can bring forth the wretched and dying. So instead of summoning corpses, which would be really simple and straightforward, we summon dudes that we have to kill. Adding some more turn economy problems, potentially. Although I guess with the way that Animate Dead works, maybe it doesn't matter. You could miss in theory. Maybe. I guess we'll see how it works. Kiku protects you from necromantic miscasts and death curses. Very good. Protects you from torment. This is old school stuff. Sign of Ruin. I don't know what that is. Forbidden knowledge or bloody your weapon. You better believe. You better believe we're not taking Pain Brand. You better believe we're taking Necronomicon. Das right. Not as cool of a book as it used to be. Where the hell is my infestation? But I'll take Haunt. Yo! That is a Shadow Imp who immediately pained me for 10 damage. And I cannot Vamp Drain his ass. Let's see, I pinned him with the grave spell, Grave Claw. Resist fire? No. Chance to hit with the fire, 64. There we go. Okay. That was rough. I'm glad he was just a Shadow Imp and not Grinder himself. We can actually afford the Scroll of ID, and I am concerned enough that I think I'm going to go ahead and blow a little bit of money on that. Okay, we got 2 cancels. Very good. I can cancel off slow. Or confuse, in fact. Oh, I shouldn't auto-explore. What the hell am I doing? I could have auto-explored right into that wizard. That's probably fine. It's just what else is here, you know. Okay, good. Heh, reflecting the flame. Based. I don't think I can order the Wisp to attack the guy behind until the... Yeah, he focuses in on the dude in front. God, we need a ranged option. Can you see invisible? Bruh, he can. That's really good. Alright, I'm gonna use a little bit of wandage here. Okay, he's dead. Alright. I don't have to worry about any of this now. Why don't we take... I've awkwardly stopped my necromancy at 6.4, but I'm gonna take my spellcasting up because I want another spell level really badly. Okay, we're gonna burn Vamp Drain. My god, the Ring of Magical Power is so good for somebody who has access to Vamp Drain. It's, oddly enough, one of the best items I could have asked for. I probably should get that Dagger of Draining, but... this is a +2, and it's Venom. I guess the Draining, in theory, it could reduce magic resist and then make them more susceptible to Soul Splinter, but... We're getting firmly into whatever type territory here. Yeah, go ahead and do damage to me. I'll just do a thing that doesn't care about you being invisible. You draw life force from something. Level 6, that should have given me a spell level, and so did my training. So we could pick up Animate Dead, which of course we will. We're getting into the area where I want to consider learning Swiftness, and I probably do. Probably. It's just such a weird spell, because like back in the day, hey, nice. Back in the day, Swiftness was actually pretty good, because it was the calculus was I cast the spell, I spend 1 turn getting attacked, and then after that against a speed 10 monster, I am guaranteed to not take more damage, as long as a staircase is within a reasonable number of tiles. Now, I don't even know if Swiftness is even worth getting, because if you're in melee with something and you cast it, okay, you spend a turn, you maybe take a hit, then you walk away, and it doesn't matter if you're faster than them. Maybe they get an attack of opportunity anyway. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it's still all right, but with attacks of opportunity, I don't know, man. Like, I don't even know if it's worth the invest. I'm not sure what is the use case at that point. You still eat an AOO or two, but it's still a good escape for like 7 in air. I agree. If I feel like I have some experience to spare, same use case, just add an AOO. Fair enough. Okay. Let's not deal with berserked ribbon guys. You're just not gonna let me shout these guys over here? Alright, fine. We'll finish the floor. Yo, that's a hound. Okay. Hey, yo, what's up, dog? Swiftness, Blink, Oz Armor, or the trifecta. Yeah. Old school. Is this even gonna work? Like, is it possible for him to get summoned? Does he just... Oh, it says not susceptible. Okay. Whoa, 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 whoa. I just almost renounced my religion. Instead of pressing AC, I pressed... instead of pressing ZC, I pressed AC. Glad it wasn't AX. It's capital letter, though, so it's not too rude. I assume there's also a... yeah, there's a check, like, type yes. Yeah, he can't spawn in. I remember the old ways. That is an iguana. Hello. Yeah, I'll fight this. I wasn't gonna. I was gonna walk back and close the door. Yeah, we found the whole ecumenical temple, so... We found Kiku, who is exactly as underwhelming looking as he used to be. But we'll see about that. I can now bring forth the wretched and dying. Kiku grants you a gift. Oh yeah, he gives the book gifts. Sublimation of Blood, which I am pretty sure we will not be casting today. Fugue of the Fallen. I don't know what that does. Sublimation of Blood is HP for mana. No thanks. Actually pretty strong, but terrifies the hell out of me to use. Fugue of the Fallen. Calls out to the lingering remnants of the long dead while active each non-summoned enemy the caster or their allies slays attracts more vengeful souls. Okay, so it's Song of Slaying. It's just Song of Slaying. It's Song of Slaying, okay. Every hit When unleash Glimmer of the Dead Suffering, causing pain damage to... It's Song of Slaying plus AoE. Subly is great. Sublimation of Blood is really good, but it's not... I don't want to use it on a streak. Recasting a spell or release grip, blah, 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 blah. Once it's 7 stacks, it does AoE pain damage. Yeah, it seems good. I mean, it's literally just Song of Slaying with like a necromancy sort of motif. I'm trying to decide if I want to bother with this on this character. In general, if you are sustaining in this game, you're probably making a mistake. If you're forced to sustain for a very long period of time. If you use so loud, it's completely useless. No, I remember I had a really fun Song of Slaying moment on a... it was on a Formicid. I got shafted into the bottom of a lair, and there was nothing I could do except just chill out in a kill hole and fight the entire lair end vault. And then I cast Song of Slaying, and I just went to work. I cast Song of Slaying and regen, and it was a grand old time. It was real Scald hours. 7 Slaying on a quick blade with AoE damage. Well, it depends on how much AoE you get, but yeah, it's definitely better than Song of Slaying. I mean, I'll probably memorize it. Especially since we have all this extra mana. That's another thing to keep in mind. Oh boy, whoa, 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 whoa. We do not want the Moth of Wrath to be in vision, or it could make these guys go berserk. This is a trap. This is bait. All right. Fun little weapons, fun Trog Vault. Very old vault, actually. What do we got? 29? Let's pick up another Scroll of ID. We're gonna get potions. We have a 2-stack of potions, so why not? Attraction. Garbage. Okay. Well, there are reasons to use it, I suppose. Do we want to go ahead and take down Sigmund? Number and quality is dependent on necromancy skill. Huh. It used to be dependent on what branch you were in. That's interesting. Bring forth those near death. So I'm guessing they're paralyzed and have like 1 HP. Anyway, we have to remember that Sigmund has that Wand of the Warp, which we want, but at the same time, it's like, I don't want to deal with that big boy damage, you know? So I think we just go down. I could probably take out Natasha, but let's just go down until the game starts to fight back. Basically, we'll keep going down. And then we'll go up and maybe take out those uniques. Or we'll come back when we're just so powerful that we're not worried about that at all. We're doing well on consumables, I'll say that. These 2 points of evocation might not seem like much, but, you know, with these wands, it'll go a long way. Probably should train even more, to be honest. I have a lot of charges. That is a bear. That is an iguana. Up we go. Finally. Hey, Jink, what's up? Okay, he's weakened. That's really helpful. It's time to start draining. There we go. That was a bit of a spooky moment. Vampiric draining hours. You're always going to end up in situations like that. Why don't we... God, do I want to take dodging up to 2? I really need defenses at this point. Is that actually going to give me a point of EV? Probably not. Why don't we train until we get 1 point of EV? We're at 11, right? Yeah, we'll train it until we go to 12. With 14 decks, I should get a point before too long. Okay, there was a wyvern there, and that's really spooky. So we don't want to do that, basically. No. This is a paid run. I have not forgotten about the game that you got me, by the way. It does look interesting. Tactical Breach Wizards, it was called, I think, which I appreciate. Thank you. I'll definitely stream it, and I'll send you a message when I'm going to. But yeah, no, this is a paid streak run. Demonspawn Necromancer, and I was asked to play Kiku as well. Which I will say this about Kiku: we get a fun title. Because I'm training necromancy and it's maxed, I get the Kiku title as though I was maxed on invocations. Yo! What a fun little quarterstaff for the early game. Probably nothing I would want to use, but that's an early game stunner until you run into some fire damage, and then you're in some real trouble. I could get the short bow and brand it. That'd be kind of funny. And now I think this is all gonna get ignored. What a shame. I mean, it's got See Invisible on it, so oh, you didn't gift it specifically for me to stream, it's just good. Oh, well, that's very nice of you, thank you, I appreciate that. But I do want to stream it. I mean, if you get me a game, it's the least I can do to show you, blind. Yo, we have not a lot to deal with this dude. Well, that's not true. He's Vuln Fire. We have Wands of Fire. We could Wand of Warp him. We could probably I think Graveclaw works against undead. We can deal with him. But does that mean I want to? Hell no. Oh. Well, that's a little spooky. Man, when am I gonna get some more Demonspawn power? 5 damage plus 15, that is a lot. 50% fail rate. Okay, I'm glad that worked. I'm gonna assume this is very highly resistant to cold, but you know what? It's not, even though it's undead. It's a spirit. That seems odd. That thing's gonna die instantly. I almost want to switch places with it. New mutations and mutation rank ups are completely random. Okay, good to know. God, I could Vamp Drain him, but he actually outdamages my Vamp Drain, believe it or not. I'm gonna not do a Graveclaw, okay. Okay. Let's unleash the Spiteful Dead in advance. Oh god. We don't have blink or anything. Bruh, that didn't... I've got to just go for it. I've got to just go for it. I don't have a choice. I don't have heal wounds. Oh my fucking god. I have Agi now, that's good. This is really bad. I should have hasted in advance of this. Will this hit me? Chance to blink, 57%. I don't actually know this item. Warping. 3, 8, 8, 16. Yeah, no, I know. Like, you could certainly do that. But I actually think the correct move is to just vamp again. Probably that gives me another turn, even if he doesn't die. He can do up to 20 damage to me, and you know what's baffling me is why I'm not healing more. I should be healing a lot more. But I'm not. I shouldn't have engaged this. This was a huge mistake, actually. My evasion is good. Let me see if there's anything I can do. I don't have a blink scroll. Fuck. Only a 30% chance to hit me, so... the odds are in my favor. Yeah, there's nothing I can do here except for go full offense and pray. I don't know why. I guess I thought the Wand of Warping was guaranteed, but it's actually, it's a magic resist check. It's a hex. That's wild. Okay. No, the correct thing to do, it's got to be to Vamp Drain. I get probably 7 more HP or close to it. 3% chance to miscast. I could Graveclaw as a thing. Like, if we look at the damage, we have Graveclaw available, but that wouldn't heal me is the thing. Probably it would be Vamp Drain and then Graveclaw, 2d10. It certainly does more damage. 2d10 versus 2d7, 20 versus 14 max. He's less than half alive. Max HP 27, so let's just say he has 12 HP left. So no matter what I do, he's probably not going to die in one hit. This is very frustrating. It's got to be Vamp Drain, final answer. Holy Christ. Okay. Alright. I can't believe he hit me again. 30% chance, everybody. I mean, this dude has not missed a single time. Yeah, no, I'm gonna Graveclaw. Well, no, actually, Graveclaw's not the answer. Depending on how the Warp Wand works, that does more damage. Well, if you look at Graveclaw, you got 2d10 damage, right? If we look at the Warp Wand, it's 3d8. So minimum 3 damage. He may very well only have 3 HP left. Can someone who has played this game recently in this version verify for me that Wand of Warping is guaranteed to actually hit? It doesn't necessarily blink, but it'll always do the damage, right? Is that the case? Can we do a little code diving action while I take a sip of this water? You believe it can miss? It doesn't say anything about missing. It says chance to blink 57%, but for all I know with the crawl devs, that could mean that if it doesn't blink, it doesn't take damage. You never really know with these people. Boy. You can't remember? Do I need to go code diving? I'll code dive myself if you don't. It's a situation that kind of calls for it. A magical device that creates a brief but violent... I don't know why I'm sitting here trying to read the description like this is going to help me. Because you never want to trust these things. Damaging everything caught in its wake, and sometimes blinking them a short distance away. So the way that's written suggests that the damage happens no matter what. But, you know, you never know. This is definitely the optimal thing to do, by the way. Dude, here's another question, by the way. Did Vamp Drain get nerfed? Because I do not remember this healing so small an amount of HP. In fact, I remember being able to heal like 20 hit points at a time. He also didn't stay pinned for more than like one turn, so that's good to know. It says several turns, and he was pinned for like one. It's good, very good. Heals for half damage? What? No, it wouldn't. You gotta understand about ice beasts is they do 5 damage, but then they do 15 ice on top of that, potentially. So without resistance, you're taking that full thing. So I'm actually, like, curing would not get me there. Vamp Drain would be more likely, and even then I don't think I can heal. I don't think I can heal 16 points at this point. Now that I'm seeing what my spell power is like. Here's the thing. Probably the skewer ability probably takes him out. But if the wand is guaranteed to hit, it's definitely the move, because that's a minimum of 3 damage. I mean, granted, his AC could roll very nicely. He does have a point of AC, and I assume it's subject. Flame Wand would work. I really wouldn't want a Flame Wand because that can miss. He's got 2 points of EV. I want to be doing something that cannot miss. His main defense is his evasion, actually. Notice how if I try to melee him, that's only 59% chance with my touch and 67 with my dagger. That's not great. I want something that's like subject to as few checks as possible. So that'll be with the skewer, it's going to be miscast chance, which is 1%, and then it's going to be his AC basically, and the damage roll itself. I don't know exactly how many hit points he has. With the warp, there's a couple of cool things going on there, assuming it works the way that I think it works. If it guarantees the damage, you know, not subject to evasion, not subject to anything, then all I'm looking at is an AC check at that point and a damage roll. Maybe he dies. But if he doesn't, there is also the added benefit that maybe he blinks away. Well, that's just the description. I mean, we're talking about numbers here. I mean, Graveclaw is, under ordinary circumstances, it would be the correct move. But just in this particular situation, it's probably not, if the wand works the way I think it works. I guess maybe I'm going to have to bring up the code myself. 2d10, minimum 2, probably rolls enough to kill. But that's the other thing, though. With minimum 3, that might be enough to bypass his AC entirely, even. It looks like it has a 2-hit calculator. Just paste the code. I'll take a look at the code. And zap. Okay, where I can pull up the old file. If you guys give me a second. Zap-data.h. Good old .h files. What do you mean I've exceeded a secondary rate limit? I did one search, you fucking ass. GitHub truly is the worst. Oh yeah, it doesn't even let you search for files unless you're logged in. Amazing. Secondary rate is Malcolm. Yes, exactly. Hey, the me and team, do you happen to know how the warp wand works off the top of your head? Is there, if it doesn't blink, does it still do its damage? Because the description of it suggests the answer to that is yes. You've been listening in, you're not sure either. But I don't trust the descriptions. The Labyrinth description, for example, or not Labyrinth, the Gauntlet description was wrong for years, and might still be wrong to this day. Go with the guarantee in Graveclaw. Well, that's not a guarantee either. There's lots of things that could go wrong. Just give us a second here. I'm gonna look at the source. See, it's probably in source. It's probably in crawl tree master crawl ref source. And I think zap.h should be should be at the bottom, alphabetical, and it should be in this folder. I guess I could probably be using Control F here, huh? Zap type.h, zap data.h. Zap data.h, line 1958. Okie dokie. (1958). Okay, Zap Warp Space. Rupture is the name of it. I don't know what these elements necessarily are. New calc dice calculator, 31235. New to hit calculator, blah, blah, blah. Dice def. Yeah, that definitely looks like it could miss to me. That's weird. I'm calling in the big guns, actually. Oh no, he's on Do Not Disturb. I gotta talk to DsNe. Alright, I'm gonna ping my old tournament team. They may have played more recently than me. Disturb him this war and said, oh yeah, no. I will impolitely tab both of them. I don't know, it's like, in a perfect world the description would be correct, but I don't trust it. Yeah, I type around resting word per minute of around 180 depending on the prompt. That may just be a function for the blank chance. It could be, but like, it would be weird to me that it's labeled as to hit, but that could just be internal, you know. I don't know what these numbers signify, and I would have to look at the functions that actually use these. What are these, structs? These look like structs to me. Or maybe they're just straight up arrays. No, these are just structs. They're literally just opening scopes and listing out a bunch of crap. Huh. Yeah, this is exactly why I hate looking at crawl code, because not only is it C, it's like bad C, you know? I have written things in C before, but this is 20-year-old C that's got decades of technical debt, essentially. Huh. Well, I don't know. Let me see if I can find in here Zap Warp Space. If I could search the files, we could search for Zap Warp Space, which is the identifier, I guess. Because what I don't see is I don't see a damage value here, so there's got to be more data for this somewhere. I see 2 hit calculator and things, but I don't. Well, no, calc dice calculator is probably the listing of damage. 312, 35. Those are probably ranges or something. Well, well, well. I guess I could open up a game real fast and simply test it. Of course, you don't always get warping. Oh man, this fucking blows. You know, on the other hand, I kind of want to use it, and then if it doesn't work the way it's supposed to, then it's not really my fault that I lost the game, is it? If the game straight up lies to you in its description, I can't really be blamed. That would be a funny... Wait, you know what I'll do? This is a long shot. Completely my fault for not listening to you. Well, I mean, would you not agree it's the optimal move if it works the way it's supposed to? I mean, you straight up have more damage. You don't have to deal with the miscast chance. You have a chance to blink. I mean, there's like 8 reasons why it's the better move if it in fact works the way it's supposed to, or at least the way the description implies. Hold on, I'm gonna check this in LearnDB. It can miss to your recollection. Graveclaw cannot. Oh yeah, if it can miss, Graveclaw is the move. Okay, Wand of Warping, new 3x3 AoE wand, alternating with Wand of Roots and Wand of Ice Blast. Now, as an aside, this isn't in LearnDB, but this is just what I'm saying. Wand of Roots and Wand of Ice Blast both ignore evasion. So in terms of consistency of design, you know, granted, I'm maybe expecting a lot out of these people, but in terms of consistency of design, it would make sense if this avoided evasion entirely and just always did the damage. Like Ice Blast, that was what Ice Blast was good for. You just always get the damage. Roots can miss. Roots can't miss. Roots can end instantly, but you still get a little bit of damage, which can be blocked by AC. It can miss. Unless they've changed something, that is not the case. You can use it, and then the same turn it just ends, but it still had technically for a turn. It was. I mean, they can just ignore it, but I'm pretty sure they take the damage. I don't think it's subject to like evasion. If it can miss, it misses in like a different kind of way, where there's just like a chance it doesn't. I'd have to look into that. But I know Ice Blast can't miss. It can just be. It can be rolled down to 0 in terms of like the damage can hit the AC. Anyway, I'll finish reading the LearnDB. Deals irresistible damage with a chance to blink all affected targets. Damage and blink chance scales based on evocations. I don't see anything about missing in here. But again, the LearnDB could not be so good. Damage and blink chance scale based on evocations. Deals irresistible damage with a chance to blink all affected targets. You don't think it misses? I don't think it misses either. I do not think it misses. Not messing with wizard mode. Didn't miss so far. No, Gadriel, I agree. I agree. 3d8, huh? Is that my actual damage? That's the other thing I have to wonder about. Is that the real damage based on my current evocations? One would think it is. Maybe test if you set your evocations higher. Does that number go up? It should. Yeah, it's got to, because Wand of Flame goes up higher than 2d6, doesn't it? Goes up to like 2d10 or something. And it shows on this page. Alright, I'm gonna do it. And then Plankenstein, if it goes poorly, then you can gloat. Alright, there we go. Sick. Well, that worked. Space twists violently. The rupture engulfs the ice beast. A little exclamation point for the damage. The ice beast actually blinked. How funny would it be? Yeah, it would do that. How funny would it be if it blinked and then like somehow the AOO code, which is held together with sticks and glue, made an attack of opportunity happen, and then I took a hit while he was dying and I just fucking died. How funny would that be if that had been the sequence of events? Remove the furniture from our cheeks. Yes. I am 100% convinced that warping was the correct move there. If we have in fact verified that it can't miss, because it's just more damage, chance to blink, you know. I've been AO'd by a dancing weapon the same turn it broke free of roots. Yeah, that happened to me as well. Not with a dancing weapon, but various things. It's completely miserable. Roots is a no longer guaranteed escape. In fact, I think it's specifically suboptimal to escape attack of opportunity through any method other than swapping with a summon. That's, yeah, or blinking, I guess. Because I think the way that the system interacts with roots and various other things like slows and even probably even pins like with Graveclaw is just so jank, you know. Man, that, by the way, that situation, as much as I joked about, you're like, oh well, if the thing works like how it's not supposed to, it's not my fault. It was my fault for getting in that situation. I shouldn't have taken that fight. Ice Beast is actually a horrendously dangerous early game enemy, which is extremely easy to underestimate. 20 damage, it turns out, is a lot. That's a lot of damage. Oh, you found it, Gadriel? Can you verify? Yeah. Well, yeah, any elemental damage is hardcore. Oh, uh-oh. Okay, he's weak. That's good. Let's he's actually hardcore. Let's Graveclaw him. He's pinned in place. I really need a ranged option that doesn't have this wacky charge system. I find myself wishing I just had pain. Just old school pain. That's all I want. I probably should have gotten Fugue of the Fallen. Oh well. The targeting code is in spellcast.cc, line 1187. Uses the same targeting code as a ton of other spells that never miss. Ah, okay. Oh, cold just does more. It's true. Simulacrums are funny because not only do they do a ton of cold damage, they're actually fast. And so they attack more quickly, and so they're stacking that cold damage. You never want to fight a Simulacrum without cold resist, basically. Alright, this is an awkward situation, because I'm going to end up next to this dude, and I won't be able to use Warping to bail my ass out of this problem. He is currently pinned, but I don't really... I no longer believe in him. I no longer believe in the pin. I guess I have one more charge of it. It's probably okay. Let's just use Flame. I'm gonna use it again just to be sure. Whoa. Okay. Wyverns are no joke, by the way. So big boy threat, as they say. What do we want to train? I think we actually want to take evocations to 3. I could get confused here. Why don't we take a step and... Oh, we're poisoned. You know what? That's fine. I'll just drain now. Wizards, orc wizards are the ideal thing, really, to use Vamp Drain on. You get to bypass their invisibility evasion, and, you know. Oh, I never got my point of EV. Whoa, does that... Wait a minute. Does that zombie just last forever now? Like old, Redemule zombies? That's kind of cool. I bet he dies if I leave the floor. Zombies last the whole floor now. That's pretty cool. Oh, but... piss. Yeah, it breaks your zombies if you try to summon more. Okay. Yeah, I forgot. I'm stepping forward so that I can actually use the warping if needs be. Let's just melee his ass. Yeah, snowballed it correctly with Fugue. See, this is kind of what I'm talking about, though. Like, it's design that seems to be created to encourage the player to do suboptimal things. And while I appreciate risk versus reward design, which is kind of sort of what's going on here, because it's like, the thing is, the risk is, I want to fight all this crap, and the reward is, well, now the rest of the floor is easier, I guess, because I have this big army of dudes, and, you know, I had an easier time with the fight, perhaps, because I used Fugue. But the thing is, I'm not even sure what huge benefit you're getting out of that, because it's like, now you've already taken down half the floor in an exceedingly dangerous fashion. So I have to wonder if the optimal thing is instead to just kind of do what I'm doing and animate dead, kill a couple of things, and just have a couple of buddies to take fights slowly and carefully one at a time. I mean, I can appreciate risk versus reward, though. I mean, that's usually interesting design. I feel like your really optimal players are just going to ignore the systems entirely. Let's take necromancy to 9, and then we're probably going to really hammer in on defense. Wait a minute, what? Hold on a minute. How's come we didn't get a water moccasin, zombie? What, someone tell me... I touched him with my touch. Oh, yeah, true, yeah, if you're TCing, then 100% the Fugue of the Fallen and, Animate Dead, yeah. Go hog wild on TC. You don't always get a zombie. Ah, so I was, actually pretty lucky with that Wyvern. Yeah, that's not how that worked before. Before, like, there was a body on the ground, you cast it, you get the zombie. Living creatures killed by the caster will rise as zombies. So that's a description that's not good. It should say, some living creatures killed by the caster will rise as zombies. Your Reaping Aura expires. Nice try. My scorpion zombie helped me out there. Yeah, trying to be Mr. Tank Man. Yo. Trying to be Mr. Tank Man with Vamp Drain is not working out so hot for me. We need more defense for that. We got level 2 shields though, so that's cool. Plus 6 shields, and then you add the Amulet of Reflection. We have 11 shields with no shield in our hand. Pretty good. Not bad at all. Hey, thanks for the follow, Big Chongli. Oh boy, that's helpful. That's a cloak. Why don't we're having a hard enough time. Let's pop on the enchant armor on the cloak. Little ox slot action there. I'll take it. I'll take it. A white imp. Well, well, well. I think they're Vuln Fire. We could use our wand. Actually, I'm just gonna let my Scorpion deal with him because he's highly resistant to cold. So he's just gonna straight up win. Hey, what's up, man? Necromancy 9. Yeah, we're doing so well on offense. I think it's time to get some defense. Although if I get my necromancy high enough, we could put some heavier armor on, which would be nice. I guess I could get Curse of Agony. Probably I should memorize Fugue of the Fallen, but I'm like sitting here trying to save spell levels, basically. Definitely one of those suboptimal players that enjoys risk versus reward. See, and that's the thing, there's nothing wrong with that. Like, I'll be honest with you, like, if everybody played like I played, they would be having probably a very boring time. Like, I enjoy playing like this very much. But it's not for everybody, and the thing is, like, if you want to have a really spectacular game, by definition, you're gonna have to take some risks. That's just kind of how it works. Thank you for the follow, ABC LOL. Okay, so Minkari has Torment. Comedy option, I could send the zombies to go punch him, who sadly did not keep their weapons. They're just orc punch man zombies. They hit for 1 damage, which is extremely sad. So these are just warm bodies, basically. I don't think we're gonna fight Minkari. Oh, Ring of Ice. Imagine if we had had that beautiful ring. Just imagine a world where we had that ring. Versus the Ice Beast. Alright, they changed orcs into being like a state of being, I guess. Blorkula the Orcula instead of Blork the Orc. They ruined the lore of orcs, and I guess he's a vampire now, so... also, they changed his description, because it was too offensive to people in rainbow suspenders, apparently. I'm one of those suboptimal players that enjoys O-tabbing. Hey, everybody enjoys O-tabbing. Fun fact, in your RC file, you can change it so that your O-tab stops at a higher HP. And so it's called the autofight_stop variable. So you can set that to like 90%, which is what I've done. So if you have a very strong character, you can O-tab, but then also the game will stop you if something really horrible happens. Alright, melee for 20 with the Dire Flail. Pretty solid damage. 20, 6 bite damage, Ox attack. Unbelievably high spell power spells. 3d10 Sandblast. Wow. That is more than I remember, but I could be wrong. We don't want to fight him. He can two-shot us with that Sandblast. I mean, we could take him out with like a combination of zombies and, you know, maybe some Graveclaw. 2d20 at 100% power. Yeah, that's pretty good. When he dies, he turns into 5 bats. That's pretty funny, I guess. Each bat has an elemental attack. So it's like some Power Rangers type stuff. God, we have 22 charges of warping. That's incredible. 3d9 damage. It was 3d8 before, right? So we're moving on up. Might take my evocations to 5. Okay. God, we really don't want to fight him. On the other hand, I have these zombies. Oh no, he's got haste. Screw that. Hell no. I'm a little confused. I'm on a staircase down, and that's a staircase down. You can turn the autofight stop to 0 and turn it off. That's one way to play Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup. I guess I could go ahead and take out Sigmund. My magic resist is still not ideal. Well. I'm just going. Wait a minute. There's one identify. I'll save it. It's actually more dangerous for me to be wandering around these damn floors. Up and down with this crap here. Hey Gary Burton, what's up, man? You missed one of the more dangerous, probably one of the most dangerous situations that's ever happened on a streak. 11k games? My God, that's an investment. 11k games. A lot of those had to have been like 5-minute games, though. All right, we're gonna reduce the power of this ice beast. My mortal enemy, the ice beast. Who is non-living, so you can't animate dead. Particle face? Is that him? Hold on, I want to remember if this thing is resist poison or not. It is. God, I probably should be carrying my draining. I forgot that drain is specifically good against this dude. This is like the one dude who doesn't resist negative, but does resist poison. He had a 50% win rate. He was doing every combo, but he didn't play 11k. 11k is like an outlandish number. Sounds like fake news to me. Took 2k games to finish Mummy. Wow. No, we're fine with the Ring of Ice. We're good to go. We have what, like 2-3 charges? 3 actually on the grave thing. Okay. Yeah, and we have warping as well. Yeah, we're good. Gonna have my revenge. Look at how easy it is. It's just that's the thing about crawl RNG, is sometimes you are just gonna miss a lot. Sometimes they are just gonna hit you a lot. It is what it is. Like, you have to be prepared for that to happen, and that's what happened with us earlier with the Ice Beast. I had a run of extremely bad RNG, and that doesn't mean the game is unfair. It just means that I shouldn't have put myself in that situation in the first place. We're gonna take this ring off. Hello, Steam Dragon. Let's close the door. Okay, I waited. He didn't find me. With no RF, the steam damage is actually kind of bad. And we still don't have Blink. I tell you, I should have saved my money and gotten the damn... the Fear Scroll. That's what we really need. In fact, that's available now. Why don't we go get that? Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy, I think you got the wrong door. It's pretty absurd. Alright, man. Oh boy, okay, good. We have 2 scrolls now. That's not quite Blink, but that'll go a long way. No, Big Chongli, I don't have the patience for that. In fact, the only reason I'm even willing to pay mainline is because there are generous souls who will give me exorbitant amounts of money to do so. So I think pouring through .des files, I think would finally snap the remaining sanity that I have left. So I do not do that. I will say that with the old versions of the game, I would see like a tiny little snippet of an area and I would just know exactly what was coming because I had, through experience, pretty much memorized all the vaults. And that is a nice, pleasant thing, I will say, about the newer versions, which is, I kind of like, even though it's dangerous, I kind of like running into them in the moment. That happened earlier where there was a vault that was, let's see if I can find it. It hurt my eyes very much. This one right here, which I don't know if this is new, maybe it's old and I just have forgotten about it, but there was a faded altar in the back. And somebody said that there was going to be a faded altar, and I said, oh really? Because I didn't know, and they were right. There was a faded altar. Alrighty, my mortal enemy, some undead. Blinks him and me. Apparently, a mobile dispersal trap. How dangerous now. We can't soul splinter him. We could grave claw him. And of course we could Wand of Warping him, but how about we just don't fight him at all, and we try to get some zombies online. Whoa, hello. Get the guy with the lower magic resist, how about that? Turn undead. What kind of necromancer pretender am I? I don't know. The bad kind. This is where Fugue of the Fallen would be useful. Here's a fight where I have to kill two things. I gotta memorize this. I keep forgetting. I don't like this positioning. It's not ideal. The bear is not going to be weak as well. We have heal wounds, but if he berserks, that's a big problem. I'll cast again, make him weak. Okay, now he's poisoned. I don't feel so bad about this. Yeah, okay. That's the thing about the bears is, like, they're easy until they're not. You know, you can crush them, and then all of a sudden you can't. Alright, put me in the steam, buddy. We are getting some interesting Ox attacks off that ability. Can't complain too much. I will complain about not getting my Steam Dragon zombie. And no Steam Dragon armor either. Steam Dragon armor would be absolutely sick on this guy right now. Big Charlie, thank you for the sub. I appreciate that. Prime sub, baby. Thank you. Much appreciated. I'll just throw. Well, melee. You'll die of poison. Hey, I can't complain about free money. That's, well, with inflation, that's, I was going to say that's a coffee, but with inflation, that's probably half a coffee. But, hey, I will not turn that down. Thank you very much. Let's take fighting to 5. We got evocations to 5. How's my warp damage looking? 3d10, not bad. Not bad at all. 3d10 is a chunk of change there. I see some boots here. Let's put those on immediately. Our AC is still incredibly low, but it's starting to get into like only moderately pitiful levels instead of incredibly pitiful. 6 is at least something. Flux Talisman. What an interesting option that we will not be using. Oh boy. 3 Curare. That would have been so much better earlier. Fear scroll time? Against what? What am I meant to be afraid of? The acid jelly? Basically don't use Flux. I use Maul and Draconians for a bit sometimes. I haven't even tested Flux, but it feels like it feels like something you would want to use on a character with low strength, so that you're just bypassing your damage entirely, and just like, okay, every couple turns we're doing big damage. We already picked up the Fear Scroll. We went up and grabbed it. That's how we got the 2 identified. Oh, we found a third too. Nice. Hey, it's Vainglory. It's, there he is. Maggie the Vainglorious. Looking a bit different these days. The Malmutate does stack up to lower their ability to hurt you back, but it takes a while to swing fast enough, yeah. I don't like talismans. And yes, it is a good way to dead end your character. No problem, Raga. I've gone through this rant before, so I'm going to make this fast, I guess. But like the thing is that the reason that talismans are badly designed is that before talismans, you had the transmutation school, and you could do interesting things with that in the same way that with any school you can have spells that use multiple schools. And so you had this very interesting path that you could go on, which was extremely unique way to play Crawl, where if you wanted to play like an Earth Elementalist, for example, you could go Earth. You could become like a Petrify Stabber Man, all right? Petrify is transmutations and earth. So you start out as like a blaster caster, you slowly turn yourself into like a Petrify Stabber guy, and then if you find stat form, you've already got earth and transmutation, so boom, I'm ready to, I'm ready to transition again into another play style, and it all kind of came together nicely. You didn't even really have to train a bunch of daggers to make it work. It was fine. You get like 5 points, you're good to go. Now, if you want to dip into shapeshifting, you really can't. You could, but like, first of all, let's just take a quick look-a-roni here. Oh look, my shapeshifting aptitude is -2. Let me just dump mountains of experience into that instead of just getting a weapon skill, which is -1 on a Demonspawn, which is still not great, but it's all right, you know. It's just a massive amount of experience for, a pretty good payoff, but not as good of a payoff as it used to be, because here's the other thing. You cannot hot swap your forms anymore. And so what I used to do is I would be in statue form most of the time, O-tabbing my way, to victory. But if I ran into a thing that you really don't want to be slow against, like a Brimstone Fiend, I would just instantly pop up into dragon form and eat the thing. But now that takes 5 turns to get out and 5 more turns to get in. So swapping forms is not a thing anymore. It's just not a good change. The only good thing I can say about it is that it opens up shape-shifting to a couple of new archetypes, mostly Trog worshippers. So, well, Death Talisman is another story, Gadril. I could see going into shape-shifting for the sake of getting Lich Form online, but that was always the case. Lots of characters, would sit there and farm up experience to not have to deal with Torment in Extended. So But I guess you're saying doing that in the mid-game, that's a totally different story. You think the almost universally bad aptitudes hurt? Yeah. Things like Merfolk can use it. Yeah, if you have a good aptitude, probably it's a different story. Their whole rationale for this change was to get rid of those turns where if you cast a form at the start of a fight, I remember having the thought that they should have gone in a different direction by, say, adding a combo move with each form spell. Yeah, that's actually a really interesting idea. I hadn't heard of that one before, so that's cool. I'll tell you the way B-Crawl solved it is that they made it so that forms simply last forever. And if you cast a form that costs 6 mana, your maximum mana gets reduced by 6 for as long as you're in that form. Very straightforward, very simple. I think it's a perfectly serviceable option. I think what you said is interesting in a different way because it incentivizes the player, which I always love mechanics that incentivize the player to do certain things that, like I was saying earlier, kind of a risk versus reward thing. Probably it still would be optimal to cast the thing in advance, depending on how good the ability is. And I guess the side effect of that would be you're kind of sort of buffing shape-shifting, which back in the days of transmutation kind of didn't need to happen. But I don't know. It's an interesting idea. I'd have to think about that. There's probably some cool stuff you could do with it. I think you would have to nerf transmutations a little bit for that to be balanced. Gives you a target cursor that does a blink bolt with the cast. Yeah, no, I understand what you mean. It's a very cool idea. Maybe Hydra form heals you a little bit. That'd be pretty wild. Dragon form does a fire breath. Because Hydra form, I think a Hydra form heal would be hilarious because it's like, that's not a form you want to be in most of the time. So having a spell that's actually a heal would be really interesting. It's the side effect of turning you into a Hydra. The attacks and stuff, sure, like the blink bolt, that kind of writes itself in terms of that idea. That's really good. I wonder what you could do with stat form. You could just cast Shatter as you transform. No, that'd be too powerful, but maybe like the AC buff is higher for the first few turns, perhaps. Anyway, or the first like 2 turns, you'd have to make it kind of brief, but anyway, we got Maggie here. Bolt of Fire, 3d13. She's got Mesmerize, which we really don't want to fool around with. The truth is, we don't have RF, and that means that she can kill me in 2 turns, which means that I don't want to fiddle around with her. A sleep cap, eh? And you are probably immune to poison. Resist. Can I vamp drain you? No, resist negative. All right, let's roll. See, that's what I want to see. Are you looking at my HP? He's doing his damage, and I'm sucking the HP right back, and I get the exact same amount that he hits me for. That's been my experience with vamp drain, in the long ago. I have to wonder if I just had to get my spell power to a higher level. I mean, also it doesn't help that ice beasts simply hit like a truck when they want to, so that probably has a little something to do with it. The experience, the highly unpleasant experience that we had earlier. Alright, I'm going to do what I should have done a while ago. I actually am going to memorize Fugue of the Fallen. Which is, again, it's basically Song of Slaying. Oh, Wand of Quicksilver. Yeah, baby. We're Mr. Evocables right now. You hear a shout X2. Oh, I should bail just in case they woke up Maggie. Alright. What happened to the noise meter? Did they take away the noise meter? Oh wait, no, there it is. Surprisingly quiet, this spell. Trying to take a look at my noise meter as I do this. We really actually don't want to fight Maggie. These, I assure you, these zombies will not protect me. Oh, whoops. Surely I can... Yeah, there we go. Man, screw you. I'm getting my zombies behind me. She might have been in enemy range, yeah. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. This is the ultimate move. The Vamp Drain versus Ogre is a classic. I had a TC run once where I got to level 3 and then I was just diving, and I was like at 1 HP and I was just Vamp Draining an Ogre. It was great. Gained a bunch of levels. Actually, that might have been a Rolcha. Okay, actually, we're good to go on this now. We can just fight this dude. We got some help. I have not tried the new Dith. I will say this: Dith very badly needed an upgrade. So it's hard for me to imagine that Dith is worse. No matter what they did to Dith Minnows, I'm gonna go on record without even looking at it. It's got to be at least the same amount of bad. Noise dampening is crazy op now. That's cool. I heard something about it like cutting the vision down to one tile or something for an active ability. So it's like a poor man's sanctuary. I think the me and team was telling me about this. Top half of gods. Just yeah, it was you. The things you were telling me just made me think like, wow, this is actually really good now. Kiku will no longer protect me from miscasts and death curses. I guess I got some piety and then ran out of piety. Alright, we're gonna do this damn floor now. Sigmund does have a warp wand. I'm probably just gonna use my own warp wand and we're gonna have a grand old time against him. Few of the Fallen. Reap. Let's get scrolls. Okay, Vuln. Is my fugue gonna last long enough for this to be worth it to me? Shout for attention and the damned howl along. Oh, motherfucker! Okay. Alright, let's, well, no, let's open up with big boy damage. Let's see, 71% chance to hit Sigmund. 66 damage, which is pretty good. Or we could go with the guaranteed with the Wand of Warping, 3d10. How much HP do you have? 27. You don't have to be too scared of Sig. But my friend, take a look. Wand of Warping. He can do a surprising amount of damage to me. 3d7 damage, that's 21. He can actually kill me in 3 hits with that. And if he were to confuse me and just proceed to spam that at me, it would not be a grand old time for me. You think he won't use it? That is probably true. Even still, yeah, it is. Even still, I would rather bust out a lot of damage against him because, well, let's just say he melees me. He melees for, what, like 13 damage? So, well, I guess that's like 5 hits. Yeah, it probably is optimal for me to go next to him then. You have a point. I don't know, I picture the nightmare scenario where he confuses me and then he just reconfuses me over and over. Because I do have a ton of curing, so he's not going to do that many times in a row. Man, now... No, I'm still gonna... I'm gonna go for broke against him. We're gonna Acid Wand him. Or excuse me, Quicksilver Wand. He hits me with the Scythe, fine. Now, to be fair, I probably do want to be next to him, just so I can, like, Vamp Drain. But let's Warping. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to use my beautiful Smite targeted spell. Just take him out. Like, could we have beaten him just by Vamp Draining? Yeah, sure. But, you know, I do think it added some extra risk. Also, check out this zombie Sigmund. Am I wrong to be slightly butthurt that they don't get to keep their weapons? Like, why cuck me out of the weapons? I've got this humanoid that does 1 damage now. You know, even the Hobgoblin does more. What's the point of me having Sigmund the human zombie that does 1 damage? Just a warm body, I guess. Hey, a sling. Not even that warm. Death channel on humanoids was similar. But see, that's different because they didn't have a body. They were like incorporeal spirits. So for that, like, sure, you can't hold a weapon if you're a spirit. That makes sense. Unless you're like a Lord of the Rings spirit. Maybe I'm thinking about this too much. Let's just talk about it from a game design perspective. Is it too powerful, I guess, do you think, to... I mean, it's a level 4 spell. Obviously, Animate Dead has been a really powerful spell for the entirety of the game. I still remember when Animate Skeleton was a thing. The zombies are mainly there to soak hits and proc Anguish and Martyr. Anguish and Martyr? Are these Kiku abilities? Martyr's Knell. Beckons forth the soul of a long dead martyr to shield your allies for a time, blah 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 blah. Oh, you get that's the Flago spell. Okay. These are new is the thing, so I'm not familiar with a ton of them. Foes of supernatural anguish because they deal to rebound on them. Oh, the Pain Mirror. Okay. Huh. What's my favorite zombie movie? Do zombies use weapons in it? Gosh. Well, that's a fair point. That's fair. What is my favorite zombie movie? Wow. I don't know. That's a really good question. I kind of like the old Ramiro zombies. I think The Walking Dead got slowly terrible over time. Controlling special infected. Well, when I think of zombies, I just think of like 3.5 D&D where you can kind of order them to do whatever, and they're just really slow. They're really slow about it. There's nothing stopping you from like telling your zombie to pick up a dire flail or something. Okay. You're gonna do this to me, huh? I'm just gonna melee then. let's go. You know, I never actually played Left 4 Dead. I've seen it played, I'm familiar with it, but... Alright, it's time to start thinking about where this character is going in the long term. Do we want to just be a big boy caster forever? Or do we want to actually be able to do some melee? I am a little sad that my stats are in such a state that the game almost wants me to go longswords, and I may end up with another terrible longswords run. I would really like to have a nice broadaxe game. It's been a little while since we've gotten to broadaxe it up. Kiku's Spellgust will steer you toward one or the other. Well, that's the thing, is I like that they haven't changed the old school Pain Brand versus Necronomicon thing. Probably we just want to get Haunt online. We'll have a very slow, methodical game doing that. But I don't know. We're gonna need to be a melee guy to some degree. You know, we're gonna get some strength. It's not gonna hurt either way because it's gonna facilitate me getting, you know, heavier armor online. And by the way, we just got spines, so that was the one. Remember I said if there was one mutation I could ask for, it would be spines? Well, oh my god, it's so good. Look at that, struck by your spines, immediately half HP on the dart slug. It's so good. I almost want to open up this door and fight you, if I'm not gonna, but like, I'm tempted. Oh man, I'm not touching those spells. I probably should get swiftness. No, I'm not doing it. Don't you shut up, Palpatine. Do it. How did he not know Palpatine was evil? Somebody starts talking to me and saying, do it, and telling me to like decapitate a dude. I'm gonna know that person is evil. You gotta know that's a Sith Lord at that point. But you just don't? I mean, what I don't know. Damage on low strength feels bad with strength weapons. Oh, yeah, it does. We're getting 2 points for everything we do, though, so... I don't know, I feel like we can make it happen. Alright, how do I feel about actually fighting this this bad boy here with infinite negative resistance? I don't know about all that. 2 charges of Graveclaw. Definitely don't want to fight Maggie. I think we just keep going. Keep going! Okay, first of all, what? Is this the frog guy? Oh my god. He's got an orb of mayhem. That's the item that I'm not allowed to look up. I think that's the one that does Frenzy. I don't know if that's going to do anything to me. So there's a Bailey on this floor. Yeah, no, big Chongli, I agree. Those are not things that this character wants to fight right now. I don't even really want to fight Minkari right now, honestly. 45 damage. The funny thing is, if we just Quicksilver him, he's sleeping. We've got like 100% chance to hit his ass with that. 6d6 damage, minimum 6, but possibly up to 36. It's not going to kill him, but it is going to do some hardcore damage. He's got a +3 Trident of Draining, which is not ideal for me. But probably he's just going to waste turns casting Wait, where are the butterflies? Why isn't his butterfly ability actually listed? Why do you gotta look into the fluff description to get the butterflies are passive? So how come that's not listed? That's silly. Poly is an option. I mean, his magic resist is not great, only 1 pip, but I'm willing to bet that it's, yeah, that's a 44% chance. And the stuff that he can turn into, I'm not so sure about. It's, I think I would have more trouble with a queen bee right now than him. It's probably best if we just take advantage of the fact that he's sleeping and get the guaranteed quicksilver damage on him. Bone grab him a couple times for an emergency finisher. Yeah, that's true. But I really, if possible, for threats like this, if I'm gifted with the opportunity to hit them while they're sleeping, you know, get those 2 exclamation points, man. By the way, I have to wonder, and I'm pretty sure I know the answer to this. I have to wonder if Graveclaw suppresses their evasion the way that actual Constrict does, and I don't think it does. I think that pin effect is just the Wujan thing. Doesn't touch their stats at all. Alright, so he will waste turns blinking, actually, which he just did. Joke's on you, buddy. Why don't we use Wand of Warping while we still can? Okay, he hits me with the trident. Fine. Warping again, and there it is. So 2 charges of warping, 1 quicksilver to get this dude off the table. Hell yeah. It's big damage. Yeah, the wands are insane now. There's so many different root pin effects, I don't know what's going on anymore. Yeah, I know that feel, bro. I know that feel, bro. Well, you better believe I'm going to pick up this trident, and I'm probably going to pick up this orb just so I can look at it and never use it. That trident is kind of tempting. Like, is that a dex-based weapon or strength? I don't know what they've been doing. It's strength. Sort of tempted to become a polearm guy. It's sort of a natural enough thing when you're a necromancer because, you know, you want to attack like over your allies or whatever. Perfectly nice. Unfortunately, the base attack delay is 1.3, so I can't really get away with not, you know, with not training. Oh, I should have, Reap. How close do I feel to point to 3 piety? I don't know, is he gonna finally give me a damn gift? At 3 piety, how does it work these days? Or am I gonna get protection from torment at that point? I don't know what the Sigil of Ruin is either. These are all new things on me. Yeah, alright, we're getting use out of Fugue. Song of Slaying was always better than people thought it was, but also worse in some ways. By the way, we've got our first wonderful immune to our abilities pack of stuff here. Okay, okay, I can Graveclaw. I can use wands, basically. Oh, it's the next book gift, yeah, okay. I think we actually have to use wands to deal with this. I could melee, but ain't nobody got time for that. I want to keep my... Interestingly enough, I want to keep my charges of flame. Let's boomerang a bit. Okay, there you are. I hate to blow these charges because they're really useful, but... You know what? We're going to try to... Oh, hey! Bullfrog pulling his weight. All right. Alright, what do you got there? It's only plus, it's a +0 greatsword, but that's still pretty hardcore. Maybe I can warp this dude away. Oh, we can just one-shot him. God, these wands are so good. People always underestimate wands. Like, there are people who will not train any evocations, and I'm looking at this and I'm just like, bro, why would you not want to have at least 5 in this situation? Yeah, Evo's great. Arguably the most powerful thing in the early game that you could possibly find. Other than, I don't know, Arga or something. Alright, let's just melee this. We can do this. Whoa! Did he move out of the way? I'm so confused. What's happening right now? Did they give him like dancing or whatever? Or baddie behavior? Or did I just have a stroke there? Is Artificer the most underrated background? Yes, Artificer is the most streakable background there is. By far. To be fair, Jinx65, Picellus was fun, but not very well designed. That was a good example of something that was very, very powerful and also just probably didn't fit very well in DCSS. Oh right, there's a Bailey. How about that? Very distant. I'm not too worried about missing out on this Bailey. Yeah, Artificer is very, very fun. Probably my favorite background, actually. Do I want a Graveclaw, or do I just want to try to kill this guy with a trident? Oh, the funny thing is, I could also do things like Graveclaw, and then just attack. Bruh, you know what? Let's not take any chances. I don't particularly want to be drained right now. Hey, Fedhoss. Hello, Orc Warrior. Should be an interesting experience. Yo! Okay, yeah, that does more damage than I expected. It's a War Axe. Fine. You've got to be shitting me with this. Okay, good. I was about to like lose my mind. To be fair, he had plate armor on. I'm just gonna be confused. It's fine. No, I'm not. Okay, let's drink Curing. Playing a little risky here. I'm trying to make it to the damn Bailey. And I really shouldn't be rushing to the Bailey, because, you know, it's dangerous for a couple reasons. If I get there, the Bailey might not even be worth it. Also, I should have Sling up. Yeah, I mean, taking a look at them makes sense. There's a lot of really good rewards. I actually particularly like to do Baileys because, like a carrot to a donkey. Yeah, that's the thing, is you end up feeling like a donkey. Very distant. It's probably way off to the east. Baileys can spawn a potion of experience, which of course I would really like to have. Assuming they haven't erased that. There is one Bailey, though. If we see it, we're just going to instantly leave. It's the one with the deep elves. Okay, we could use Vuln Scroll for that level 1 spell. Steady creaking of a portcullis nearby. Repulsion, huh? Oh, I'd be giving up 2 AC for that. Let's just pick it up. I want that long term. It's got to be up here. Oh, hey. Oh, yeah. Well, yeah. Yeah, for sure it would be. I think this is it. Nope. Just random demon closet. Okay. Very nearby. It's got to be right around this corner. The potions of degeneration. I found where the gnolls are having a party. Alrighty then. Yeah, the buckler is nice. Yeah, the potions of degen are literally just alcohol. I think that's the meme anyway. I can be attacked by all these guys. How cool. Actually, I should do some math real quick. 44 damage. Maybe not. Maybe not. You know what's funny is I could immolate here. I'm not gonna, but I could. This is a funny situation where I just don't want these zombies to exist. I might just cast, actually. Yeah, there we go. I can Quicksilver to end this problem if needs be. We're gonna go forward. Now I can only get hit by 2 at once. Alright, we're gonna take a step. We're gonna go forward. Just gonna Vamp Drain. We're gonna swing a bit. Make use of the Fugue. They started having these vaults and portals give you free IDs on things. Well, the thing is that the .des file always places degenerate on the floor here. And so a savvy user would know which potions are degenerate. It just wouldn't identify it for you. And so they decided, and I actually think this is a good change, that they would just tell the player so that you're not... I mean, on the one hand, it's kind of a cool little Easter egg, but I do think it's against crawl philosophy or whatever to have that be a thing. I mean, I will say though, I think it's interesting to reward knowledge typically. But yeah, those were always degenerate. The joke is that like orcs and gnolls and things like to get drunk. I guess. Man, I probably should. Curse of Agony would be useful here versus the Warlord. Then again, I really don't want to be in melee with a Warlord. Oh, man. Let's do this. Halberds A. This is a problem. We really need a ranged option that's... I'm going to burn myself out of my wands real fast if I keep relying on them. I could actually train slings. That'd be kind of funny. I could brand this sling. I tell you, if I had found that sling on D1, we would have branded that, and this would have been a whole different game. This would have been slings.exe. Top TC runner, Saffir maybe. Saffir, that sounds about right. The guy had all the Pan rune vaults memorized, so I knew exactly where to stand and shatter, then pick up the rune. Oh yeah. Yeah, TC guys need to have that information at their beck and call. Saffir's powerful. He's a man with a plan. He's got the skills. Yeah, I know, Gary Burton, you love those slings, man. This would have been a sling character. Excuse me, a ranged weapons character. Oh, it's tempting. It's kind of weird because I have an Ox attack, you know. Oh, I never put on my shield. I never put on my buckler because I got so excited to get to this damn vault. +3 halberd. David, I guess what I really need is the trident trained. All right, let's rock and roll with this. Let's wear the trident. Let's take a step and see how long this lasts for me. I'm gonna swing. We're getting drains. The fugue, if anything, should bail me out of my poor weapon skill. But I just have to remember I could get hit twice, that's all. And I can't heal myself. I feel bad about training weapons is the thing. When I don't know what weapon I'm going to be using, but I gotta stop, dude. Like, the cost is so low. Really, this should be 6, you know? That's what it should be, because the base damage is, or excuse me, the base delay is 1.3, you get 0.1 for each 2, so you get down to 1.0, you're good to go. Oh shit. I didn't mean to reap there. I keep forgetting... Oh, I keep forgetting that erases your zombies. Alright, whatever, we're just gonna warp. Okay. Why do y'all have to have reach weapons? What a miserable thing. I would really like to be in melee with you dudes. Maybe it's wasted, but so what? Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say, is like the experience cost is so low that it's just whatever, man. Reap could use a warning option. No, I agree. That's a good point. I think it should. What was that flash? Something hits your orc zombie, that's what it was. Nice. Okie dokie. Let's fugue again. Kill that guy. We got a knight. We're gonna want to be careful of the knight. Let's weaken this dude. Let's fail to weaken this dude. Let's weaken this dude. Let's fail to weaken this dude. Come on, man. 50%. There we go. Thank you. Running low on mana. We still have our starter magic potion. Ammo. Pretty dangerous to use in this scenario, but yeah, I was getting to that. If we MO, we're gonna want to go up before we do that. But yeah, that is a resource we could use here. I have 2, or else I'd probably want to save it for the warlord that may or may not be inside. If I MO here and 2 things happen to explode next to me for whatever reason, it's GG me, because it would do like 3d20 damage. Oh, we have 3 MO, not 2. I guess I found another one. But yeah, on the list of consumables that we want to use, MO is near the top of things I'm willing to use, and I really would prefer to preserve my warping and quicksilver. Yeah, Inner Flame is a fun spell. Probably the most fun game of Crawl I ever played was my Octopode Fire Elementalist. Okay, I think we would like to do the MO now. Yeah. That will deal with the knight. Get those clouds out of the way. Got him. It does always feel good to use MO in a situation like that. This kills the knight. But if I'd only had the 1 MO, I might have dealt with that a different way, because I probably am going to want to use it again if there's another, if there's a warlord. Let's pop on our buckler, by the way. Hold on, what the hell is happening? I want to train shields to 4. It is slowed by my shield. My attack delay is about 1.0. Well, that's not true. It's more like 1.1. Don't lie to me, game. Oh wait, no, I'm using my dagger. Oh. Well, 15 SH is insane. And it's the only reason it's happening is because I have 2 levels of the shield's mutation for being a demon spawn, and I've also got a reflection amulet, and I've also got a buckler. It's a crazy amount of SH. Anyway, this is new. This is a deep elf boss. There's a book here as well. Book of Ice, apparently. Sculpt Simulacrum. We could... Oh, no. They cucked me. It's not necromancy anymore. I'm gonna have a tantrum. No, I'm not. That is sad, though. It's the end of an era. The most fun thing to do with Kiku was always to... It was like a dream to be able to use simulacrums to kill orbs of fire. Like, it was so difficult because you would summon them. What you would do is you would summon in dragon corpses, then you would make simulacrums of dragons, and then the orb of fire would just launch tons of fireballs and just melt them instantly. But if they got just like a couple of attacks in, shockingly the orb of fire would go down. That's true. I did get the info before going in the door. That is, You know what's funny? Check this out. The good gods frown on this spell, so they still treat it as though it's necromancy. That is hilarious, actually. Anyway, anything else good in that book for this character? Ozra Fridge, I guess. Oh, Vortex. Anyway, yeah, no, without Arlek, there's nothing safe about this. Yeah, that's true, it is kind of transformative. We do not have a resist potion. What a shame. Oh my god, I'm yawning. I'm getting sleepy, guys. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to agree with Gary Burton that you need Arlek for this to be safe. He pops out, he zaps me, he can kill me in 2 hits, actually. 16, 30, 16, 32, 40, 48 damage, yeah, 2x. I could blind read for silence. I'm not going to do that. That, to me, is not worth wasting a blink scroll. Let's see, Otana, Zakit, those are the 2 scrolls inside. Those are 2 new scrolls, and there is a haste potion. I mean, there's some really good shit in here that I really want to have. Let me take one last look at my stuff. There might be a way to make this safe. Silence would be the ultimate way. We could unearth wretches, get a ton of zombies, open the door, he steps in. Take a step, he does lightning. Take a step, presumably I've got zombies blocking his path. Wretches is going to give me whatever. It's not based on the floor anymore, it's based on my necromancy skill, and my necromancy skill is decent, so I can only imagine it's going to be stuff that will be very good at killing the Deep Elf Zephyrmancer. If I burn a haste, I think this is safe. I think if I use the wretches, I get myself a bunch of zombies, I pop a haste, I open the door, I think I'm 100% good to go. If I stand here and he zaps, I think the double zap happens at an angle. I don't think it goes straight back like it would if it was in a straight line, but I'm not sure about that. The only reason I'm even considering this asinine plan is because I would get my haste potion back. There's the haste potion right there. The other thing is, like, once the zombies are kind of surrounding him, even if they fail to kill him, I can Wand of Warping around this statue and probably take him out. I don't know, man. It's a questionable thing to do, but I see many things in there that I want. I see 2 scrolls and then a potion and then a haste potion. It's good stuff. Well, the blind quaff could be resistance. The robe could be good. That's true. Yeah, we could have like a robe of resistance or arc magi. Arc magi would be fine. God, I don't know. Any electric experts here who can tell me if they're sure that double zap will not bounce right back at me? Archmagi is no longer a thing, only on Randarts. Boo! Is mutation known? I think so. I think no, actually. Recognized items. How do I select to toggle auto pickup? It's dash, right? Yeah, unrecognized. Yeah, mutations unrecognized. I am not going to drink potions randomly for mutation. Might happen, you know, that'd be bad. It will bounce like I think. It's not going to bounce back on me. Yeah, that's what I thought. So I want to say this is guaranteed. As long as I have zombie here. Well, hold on. Let's talk about the worst case scenario. So let's say I do indeed have a zombie here like I would like. He pops up in here, and I'm hasted already. And I take a step into my zombie so he doesn't get an attack of opportunity. If he zaps with the electric, he could just kill the zombie and then... But then he spent a turn and he's right here. And so I can then step here, and I've still got vision from here. And presumably I've got other zombies coming in to wreck his shit. He can zap a zombie, then hit me. Well, no, he can't, because he's there. He's in this tile. And I'm all the way over here at that point. He can't get 2 moves on me, not while I'm hasted. He could, in theory, get random energy and do some kind of wonky bullshit, but not really while I'm hasted, right? So I will definitely be here by the time he can do any kind of other move. So it goes through this. Well, yeah, no, he'll zap me for sure, but only once. And he cannot kill me with the first zap. 3D16. Also, we've got fear and his magic resist is low, so if this goes really, really badly, we can kind of, sort of make it work. I think I'm doing this, guys. Normally I wouldn't take this risk, but I think it's fine. Going wretches first. Oh yeah, no, we're doing wretches first. Yeah, no, that's the other thing, is I do need to know what's happening here with the wretches. Do I even want to bother with Fugue of the Fallen? Yeah. Oh, that's dog shit. Are you fucking kidding me? Bro, I have 10.5 necromancy. I don't think it's telling the truth. Unless it's piety based as well. I think this is based on... You telling me I'm in a Bailey and I happen to get nulls? Number and quality is dependent on the necromancy skill. I call bullshit. You're telling me that I don't at least get like a Drake. I'm not saying I should get a 20-headed Hydra at 10 necromancy, but I don't get like a steam dragon. Come on, man. I call bullshit. There's no way. It's gotta still have something to do with the loot table on the particular branch that you're in. Wretches was nerfed several times. I think they're just using the exact same table that it used before when it just made corpses, which is, I think it's giving you stuff from the branch. I mean, why would I have gotten... We're going to test this further, but like, why would I have gotten two nulls? Okay. Well, these zombies do 4 damage, which is not great. I bet necromancy impacts the number of wretches you get. This plan is looking like shit now. It's not good. Wretches, scarabs, and enfeeble. Well, I don't see why that's a problem, honestly. Like, Infestation is a level 8 spell, and the Wretches it's a god ability, you know, like, you're using piety to get those corpses. I don't know, that seems fine with me, personally. You use heroism in the end game to kill panlords, you know, on Oka. It's not... I mean, granted, that's kind of different, but... Alright, I'm gonna zip up here. We're not... We're not doing it. God, there's an artifact scale mail as well. I didn't even see that. Oh, that could be like plus 12 or something. No, I'm leaving. I'm leaving. I'm not gonna risk it. We're streaking. By the way, we could have used repulsion to lower our chances of getting hit, but it's just not worth it. Piety costs and quantity. Well, that was not a good quantity, but also it was just 2 nulls. Well, we have our poise now as a swap. Interestingly low amount of gold that we've got in this game. Yeah, wow. Wow. No, it's not a huge resource cost in the long run. It's just, you know, the game excels at making me want to be greedy. Oh, there's my resistance. Wait a minute. Did I? Bruh. We actually had resistance the whole time. That was the potion. But hindsight's 20/20. You know, you don't want to sit there and drink that potion and then you get mutation, you know. Hey, there's our water moccasin. Random quaff resistance, and it's the only thing you see all game. Hey, resistance is pretty good, man. Can't complain about finding resistance, in my opinion. Butterflies, huh? Oh, perfect situation. Swing over his head. Hell yeah. Dude's weakened as well. Kobold, big kobolds. Kobold with a dagger of electrocution. Rather that for Zot 5 than for some elf. Yeah. Hey, we reflected the poison dart. Hell yes. Now I'm going to stand behind my friend here. We're going to cast Fugue, and we're going to GG. We're going to GG these guys. I'm not going to be too worried about that electric dagger. I am going to pick it up just in case. Let's not forget that we have Curare, by the way. Hey, Want of Digging. I think my, I think they killed my snake. Alright, Buckaroo. Finding a lot of Identify now. Can't complain. Hey, there's the Blink. Curare tipped darts. Let's not get Curare. Blink is online, it's true. You killed a Kobold Brigand with my spines. Oh, spines are so good. Wait, what is that? What is that? Whip of Venom, okay. Not Disto. Ooh, two-headed ogre. Now we're getting into the big leagues, baby. Oh boy, yeah, we don't want to melee that. That's lethal, baby. Well. Yeah, no, yeah, of course it's gonna be Curare. But I think it's gonna be interesting I probably should have grabbed the poison darts as well, is the thing. Because Curare by itself usually kills these guys, but it might not. But yeah, this is like the perfect Curare target, actually. Only 33% chance, unfortunately, for the Soul Splinter to work. I can eventually get it out. Oh, that was weird. What just happened? Oh, he hit it and instantly killed it. I think we're gonna have to use a resource. A different resource. Well, I could Graveclaw, actually. Let's just... He's no longer moving slowly. I'm gonna try this. We're gonna Soul Splinter. Okay, God, see, this is exactly what I was worried about, but, like, the thing is, the Curare won't necessarily mulch, so... Skewer him again. Yeah, it's just, it's a lot of damage, is the thing, or a lot of HP. A lot of damage that we have to deal. Okay, that might be enough. Probably just going to use a charge, if not. There we go. Did we mulch anything? Actually, no. Easy. My favorite vamp drain target of all. Kind of a funny situation where I, you know, probably shouldn't be tanking this stuff, but, like, I can, so I don't care. Anguish, Dispel Undead, and Martyr's Knell. So that should be interesting. Somebody had a poison dagger. I take it those are your favorite spells, huh? Let's take another look. So Martyr's Knell was the one that pulls out the Flayed Ghost. Which would make my zombies more useful. Necromancy and Summoning, which we're going to want for Haunt. Dispel Undead. I hate the fact that it's melee now. Probably still worth getting. It's going to resolve a lot of issues in terms of just one-shotting things, well, or two-shotting things. Anguish is also handy. Is that... Yeah, that's resist, affected by resist. Lockpick for Ghost Bolts. Oh, that's funny. I like that. I always thought of it as like a way to just have a free crypt, but now that it's not ranged, it's a little bit not so good comparatively. There's probably ways to still make good use out of it, but we're going to go ahead and get it, actually. I don't want to describe, I want to memorize. On Zig 21, nice. Is this your first full Ziggurat? Identify, scroll poison, not bad. Well, have fun. That's always a fun experience. Alright, we're going to buy Revelation. We're going to buy this Identify. I'm going to feel really silly if this turns out to be Amnesia. Okay, good, it's noise. Because there's Amnesia for sale, is the thing. Alright, see you, Red Brick Rants. Thank you for coming by the stream, man. This stream probably won't last too much longer. I'm probably going to end it when we get to Lair. Amnesia is actually pretty meaningful for this character. God, do we have RF yet? Whoa! I have been wearing my Ring of Ice the entire time. That's really, really bad. I popped that on to fight an ice beast and never took it off. I would have noticed, though, if a big fire thing showed up. Well, no. Did I put it on after seeing Maggie or before? What a nightmare that could have been. I think it was after that I put it on. Well, that's a bug. It has excluded Blorkula twice. Some kind of coding weirdness going on there. I think I would really like to clear... Oh right, he's undead. Huh. I mean, I guess I could just dispel undead on him. That'd be kind of funny. How can we do this? Yeah, there he is. Okay. I'm just gonna wait and see if he gets next to me without doing damage. I was weak before I became an orc, but now I'm strong and I'll get stronger. Okie dokie. I can't fear him, by the way, something to keep in mind. Okay, I blocked the sting. You know what? Fine, we'll... Alright, here we go. Scattering into a rainbow of bats. Does he stay as bats forever, or can he reform? Drains health from the living. Vampire bat. It doesn't say they do electric. I think they're just colorful. Are they resistant to poison? Yeah, they are. They're considered to be undead. Okay, fine. We'll do some more draining. My spines are wrecking these things. You destroyed Blorkula the Orkula. Alright. Bim bam boom. It's pretty odd. I liked him better before. Everything's got to be so special, so special snowflake characters and species, and everything's just got to be so weird. And I mean, Blork was very simple and funny before. It was fine. All right, Minkare. Being in melee with him can actually be pretty spooky. He can hit really hard, 25 damage pop, and he can torment, and he can haste himself. He moves slowly, but he doesn't act slowly, so if he's hasted, and he happens to be next to you, he could just straight up do 50 damage to you every single turn, or more. I would like to get him out of my way. Certainly don't want him around on the orb run, but by then, obviously, it's just not really a big deal. You can kind of sort of kill him with flame pretty easily, actually. Where's the closest up? God, am I still faster than him while he's hasted? I don't think so. Never forgot that lesson. Yeah, he's hardcore, dude. He is a sleeper hardcore unique. Very, very powerful. I think maybe we wait until we have resist negative. I doubt that there's anything really particularly useful for me to kill him, you know, and take. Yeah, I mean, we could probably just Quicksilver him. Honestly, I could, like, step into view with him, and he'll be sleeping. Flaming him makes him sad. Yeah, he does have RF minus, although his evasion's not completely terrible, so you might miss, is the thing. I also have Quicksilver, by the way. We could take away his haste. But why don't we just... Let's just not. Here's a good example of discretion being the better part of valor. There's nothing valuable to take from him. That Maggie could be useful, though. I forget if she can have dragon armor. I'm probably thinking of the other one. I don't have RF, though, so I really shouldn't. How deep have I been? D8. I gotta be coming up on layer. It's gotta be on the next floor. Or, well, no, I can go all the way down to 11. Yeah, that's the thing, is there's no RF plus other than my potions, which, if I can avoid using those, I would like to. So we're gonna not. I will say we just got another AC from that cold resist robe, and we have cold resistance all the time, so it's kind of cool. 50% fail rate. It probably is lair. This is a really irritating problem. Why don't we step... I didn't want to get surrounded by this shit. I had to preventatively stop that. What are you saying about Soul Splinter? Oh yeah, we've harvested 3 out of 3. Yeah, we might get to the point where we just start using it sort of randomly just to get some damage, to keep it at 2 rather than 3, so we're always charging it, you know? There we go. 4.0 shields. And is slowed by your shield. It's got to be a stat thing. I still am unclear on how mainline crawl handles that. Hey, Plankenstein, if you're still around, okay. I think you're actually right about 50%. You confused me with the way you phrased it, because I was under the impression you were referring to like some totally separate thing. I'm starting to think that 50% actually is the max for this, just the magic resist check, which is really, I can't test it right now because he's surrounded, but that's really a weird decision, I have to say. I swear I thought I saw like 60-some% or something in the early game, though. Maybe I don't know, maybe I'm confusing myself. %? 50%. Yeah, I mean, this is suspicious that it's 50 on both. It should be higher. I wonder if it's even doing magic resistance. We're going to test on a few other things. I'm not sure if I've ever seen above 50. Maybe. Think it's hit dice? It might be. Alrighty. I should probably take polearm to higher just to bypass. I don't know, I'm just gonna get fighting, it's fine. No, I'm attacking at 1.1 sometimes. I can't have this. Alright, I'm burning the experience. Alistair's intoxication. Yeah, it's true. Zig 25 Tomb Floor. Good luck, man. I hope you get easy floors for 26 and 27, because it's always miserable on your first ziggurat if you I don't know, if you get like an angel floor or something, or like a panlord floor, or God forbid like a crypt floor where everything's silenced. No, there it is. Check it out. Orc, chance to affect 68%. So it goes above 50, but there is something really funny going on here. Because the things that... I don't think an orc even has more magic... Well, it has no magic resist. I don't know. This is kind of weird. Like, the chance of failure is scaling in a funny way. 50% on the orc priest, 50% on the orc wizard. They both have 1 pip, I guess. I don't know. I think something funny is going... I mean, at least the formula is kind of weird. Dude, I'm going to step away from the priests. Well, we supposedly have extra +5 slaying. You know what's a shame is we didn't get like a huge weapon from the whites, because we actually have 2 brand weapon scrolls. So a highly enchanted weapon would have been kind of fun, but we didn't get such a thing. By the way, axes cross-train with polearms, so if we decide to go in the direction that I'd like to go, hey, poison resist, and get broad axes, that's we're still on the path. Haha, Vamp Drain secretly amazing versus bees. Hey, there's the fugue, 7-star. The Wailing of the Fallen reaches a fever pitch. I want to see the damage happen. I want to see the pain happen. The Fallen lash out in pain. Okay, so it can't actually go above 7. And instead, you get the pain each time. Doesn't seem to be doing a ton of damage, though. Maybe that's something that improves with your Necro skill. Yo! What is up, buddy? That is an ugly thing on D9. Do a little AoE cleave like an axe. Spine's the true secret weapon versus bees. That's true. It is good. I'm straight up, I'm tempted to just quicksilver this thing and get it off my screen. Even wearing our poise is not going to be that helpful because it can swap. I can poly and force it into a new color, but that's not really the problem. Yeah, I want this thing off my screen. Let's quicksilver and not do nearly as much damage as I would like. Okay, we'll do the spines. What's our chances? 33%. Not great. Actually, changing the color could be useful. I forget if they have our poise, if they're not green. You're not gonna let me look up ugly things? Yeah, well, whatever. No, our poise for non-green, that's what I thought. So Cure Array would have been kind of cool here. I mean, in theory, we could still do it. Yeah, I'm gonna burn it. Ha You closely missed the red ugly thing. Let's get some more space. Technically, he travels fast, you know. Curare again. What a funny way to take this thing down. Hey, sick. All right, I'll fight this. That's fine. I mean, granted, I could have taken some big fire damage there, but he was slowed. I wasn't too worried. Oh, boy, what a bad auto-explorer. Imagine losing to this. Check out what just happened to me. Isn't that great? Isn't that just wonderful? Yeah. I mean, to be fair, though, the chance of him actually killing me next turn, very low. He would have to hit with both of these and max roll. I don't have a ton of AC, but he'd have to get past my shield. He'd have to get past a lot of stuff. So I'm not going to burn my one and only blink. I am going to use a fear, which is virtually guaranteed to work. Yeah, he just hit me. That's the other thing. They attack slowly these days, right? So some kind of weird rule. Oh boy. You get a free gap if you need one. Dude, are you sure? Are you sure that attacks of opportunity can't just magically kick in? I don't think I'm willing to take the risk on that. I mean, I believe you that it works if an AOO doesn't happen, But I feel like AOO just like bypasses all that shit. I could be wrong. It just strikes me as exactly how they would program that. You died to Ogre AOO after taking a hit. .30 tournament. Yeah, who's to say? I mean, maybe things have changed since then. I don't know. All I know is I sure wish Bolt of Draining was a thing, because I'd be having a grand old time if I had it. If it was a thing that existed. They really want me to be a real necromancer, don't they? And I'm just like, no, let me be a caster, please. Okay. Okay. A blaster caster, I should say. Still can't control dead. I'm definitely not playing this the intended way. Powered by pain improved. Hi, buddy, do you have banish? You have vitrify. Bolt of cold, which we resist. Searing ray. Haste. How about we close that door? Hi, buddy. How many hit points do you have? You have 40 hit points. That's more than I would like. No, we're not going to go Pain Axe. We're going to go Haunt, probably, for our main shenanigans. I would like to have a Broad Axe, though. I'd like to mainly be a melee guy who uses Haunt to take down bigger threats. And also, I really need to kind of... You know what's funny? I actually hate what's happened to necromancy, because before, it's like anytime it's after battle, there's corpses lying around, you can get your zombies and you got to use them pretty fast because they expired. Now you have to use them in advance, collect the zombies, and then use them for the rest of the floor. And I may be the odd man out here. It doesn't feel right. I'm sitting here like wishing I had zombies, but oops, I forgot to cast it. You know, which never would happen if you've got corpses on the ground. You're like, oh, okay, I'll cast my zombie spell, but all this fancy nonsense that it wants me to combo with, like Anguish and Martyr's Knell, not very useful if I don't remember to cast the zombies. Curse of Agony would be kind of useful here, actually, by the way, against this dude. Do I want to use resources? I think this is just yet another Curare situation, actually. Plays like a maniacal snowballer. No, I could see that. Your body becomes as fragile as glass. That's not great. I mean, we are cold right now, but like that means he can. That's like double damage, right? So he can do 120-ish, closer to 110 bolt of cold damage to me. Half of that because of my RC, but the Searing Ray does about 80. I mean, he could basically one-shot me. We got no silence. I could suck down a cancel real fast. Oh, it's 50% more damage. That's not so bad. I really wanted to slow him. Amazing. Thanks, game. Let's assume it's double. 3d18, 30, 38, 46, 52. Or is that 54? 38, and then 46 plus 8 is 52. 46 plus 8 is 54. 54 damage times 1.5. Yeah, they can't, and then half for the ice. They can't quite one-shot me. I'm going to try Curare again. If I have to end up using Blink, then it is what it is. You've got to be shitting me! What are the chances? Oh, it's only 48% to hit, that's why. Alrighty. Okay, this is not great. Blinking even doesn't really necessarily save me from this now. I think I have to cancel this shit off. Either that or I need to immediately burn a haste. Either way, I don't know why I thought... What's his evasion? 3 pips. Yeah. Yeah, we're just gonna blink his ass away, basically. This is a panic level situation. Panic level threat. Warping bypasses his actually quite large EV, which I don't know why I didn't realize that was so big. I feel like the wizard that he replaced, which may or may not still exist, did not have that EV. But I could be wrong. If I take a step, will I have a turn? Not really. I think we just keep warping. What's the chance of hitting with Quicksilver? 64, not good enough. It's gotta just be warp over and over. Curare was definitely a mistake. Which is magic resist like? It's probably decent. 2 pips. Fear probably works on him, but it's not great. I think the Searing Ray, by the way, maybe yeah, I don't know. I think maybe if I blink him, he gets nuked out of that. The fact that he can haste is terrifying. It kind of makes me want to haste in advance. Should have done that a while ago. Vuln is Vuln Fear is the comedy option that gets us out of this guaranteed. Well, not guaranteed. Pretty likely. Vuln Poly. No. Drinking haste. Which we probably didn't need to do, but this is... You have to recognize threats that can just end your run, and I promise you this was one of them. Basically, if he had chosen to do the wrong thing there, I was 2 moves away from death, which is not an ideal place to be. So I'm glad that I hasted. If he had started doing bullshit like that, I could have blinked, I could have walked away, probably. Oh, mercury vapors, huh? Radiance is an interesting direction to take this character. Because I could Radiance and my undead would not mind. I don't think I'm going to go in that direction, but it's an option. Okay, there's a lair. I kind of want to go down and come back up and get those coins, but I think I'm just going to make a note to myself. Get gold coins. Down up Gozag altar. What a recondite little note I've written there. I'm sure that I'll know what it means, though. I really leaned hard on Necro, but not spellcasting. I've never played that way before. Well, because you're going to get more spell power from necromancy than spellcasting. And also, I happen to have found this Ring of Magical Power, so I don't need much in the way of magic points. But even still, even without that, I'd be doing okay. I probably would just be kind of unable to rely on... Dude, how is this Pro Cold Ring not on? I've been making weird mistakes with my equipment. That makes that Arcanist situation even more dangerous. I swear I thought I put that on. It's not like I was swapping for other things. Did I just pick it up, see it? The funny thing is, I even dropped the Ring of Ice, like, oh, I'm good on RC now. Oh, JK, we had RC from the robe, so we're good. It just could have been better, that's all. Huh. Whatever. No gloves, no helmet, but we won't be able to wear gloves for much longer anyway, so that's okay. You guys spellcasting to memorize more spells? Yeah, it is. I mean, like Anguish and Martyr's Knell, I'm not saying they're bad spells. I'm sure you could do some pretty cool things with them. But like, I mean, if you think about it, the spells that I have right now can defeat pretty much any single target. Undead just gets erased by Dispel Undead. If I have Animate Dead, I can use that to, you know, just the zombies themselves to defeat a lot of stuff. Vamp Drain and Melee, as long as my defenses are good, which they're okay because of the shields. I can burn the Grave Claws. I mean, it's still pretty awkward. Like, I would like just a straight up damage spell, and I don't think Modern Necromancy is about to give me a straight up damage spell. Can't have pain anymore even. Probably Anguish or Martyr's Knell is I mean, I don't know, I can see why they wanted to build necromancers to like kind of force them to actually use minions, but this feels like more of a Kiku thing. Like if I had rolled zombie hands. Yeah, I know. I sure wish I had. It's still the most powerful spell in the whole game. Would have really resolved my problems. But that's exactly why I kind of want to transition into melee, and just be a heavy hitter. And then, like, if I use any kind of spell to boost my melee instead, it would be like Curse of Agony or something, which is a little jank, but you know, it works. Well, the milestone here that you need to be able to pass, though, is like how do you kill Hydras? This character's defenses are not good enough that I would want to sit there and melee with a Hydra. I would feel fairly bad trying to do that, I think. I mean, my shields are good, but the extra attacks just kind of blow through that, you know. Actually, hold on. All those extra attacks are going to slam into my spines. I think we can just sit next to a Hydra and it just conveniently drops. I could be wrong about that, but I think that's actually how that works. So probably we could sit next to a Hydra and swing on it as it comes in with a trident, and then Vamp Drain. They designed the new Necro to lure you into being a hybrid guy like this. Well, they always wanted Necro to be an awkward hybrid, and I just remember back in the day I was able to bypass that in a really fun and satisfying way. And I remember they called me stupid for it, but like I didn't care. I was winning games because the Bolt of Draining was just so good. Like, you just rode Pain into Vamp Drain into Bolt of Draining, and then you just won the game from that point with Bolt of Draining and Dispel Undead. The only thing you had problems with at that point was demons, which you just kind of used Evocables and Animate Dead for. Necro's best played as a hybrid Gish / summoner. Yeah, that's definitely true these days. I still think my cool plan way back in the day was a ton of fun, like a super fun way to play it. But it relied on spells that we no longer have access to. Let's do like one floor of Lair, and then we'll call it a night. Wouldn't it be cool if we had like a had Iron Shot or something, you know? Something that I don't have to use resources to get value here. I mean, I guess I could just use a Wand of Flame. Comedy option, we could lure him to the water and Wand of Flame and steam damage. That's actually pretty good. I just... oh, man. There we go. Hey, we got lucky. Okay. To remember, he can hit for 34 damage, but we weakened him is the thing. So he's not... I would not be meleeing him. I'd probably be like throwing Curare or something if he could do his full damage. But instead, I mean, I'll say this spell, unbelievably strong. Awkward and unpleasant to use at times because of the MR check, but hilariously strong. The weakness thing is some fun design, I have to admit that. It pretty much has to be a magic resist check for it to be remotely fair. But it strikes me as a very powerful, it's actually a really powerful level 1 spell. Nice, dude. So you got your Ziggurat and you won the game. That's really cool. Well done, dude. Yeah, no, seriously. And that was a Gargoyle Earth Elementalist. I'll look at the, I'll take a look at the morgue here in a bit. Hey, we just identified mutation. How do you feel beating your first Ziggurat? That's always a fun one. Okay, I don't know about an elephant pack at this point. Shatter Ignition Firestorm. This is the way. Just gotta add some tornado in there, or what are they calling it these days? Polar vortex. What's my chances of being petrified? 45, that's not great. I have cancel, I guess. 19% chance. If we start taking damage... oh, 12 necromancy. This feels like it's going from bad to worse with every turn. Yeah, it's not great. Alright, let's just take fighting to 10. We're at the point where it's like I'm actually woefully behind on fighting. I think we cancel if we get petrified here. I wouldn't feel so bad about it if he was alone. 50% chance. Let's just weaken him. Nice. Komodo Dragon Zombie bites the Basilisk. Yeah, Komodo Dragons make really good zombies. Look at that 27 bite damage. That's not bad at all. It's not bad at all. But yeah, look at how awkward Animate Dead is now, because like I would really like to turn these dudes into zombies, but I mean, I'll say this, it's creating a decision for the player to make, which is good, but it doesn't feel good. It doesn't feel good to be in this situation where there's all these things that I would really like to make into zombies, but I would have to sacrifice efficacy in this fight in order to actually get them as zombies. It's really unpleasant. I don't know if casting it again should just erase your old zombies, because I don't want to lose my dragon. My instinct is to like only cast the spell if I have no undead. With Death Channel, it feels a lot less bad. Yeah, I imagine so. Okay, there's the Reap. Well, maybe... I think Kiku has given me his last book is the unfortunate thing. Okay, well, if I get pushed, I have another hallway to chill out in. Or if they do this. Has Kiku not given me BVC? Hell no, he hasn't. Could you imagine how much better of a time I'd be having if I had a Vile Clutch? Best spell in the game, man. We haven't had a Vile game in a while, so... I rolled support package. Yeah, and I'm just like stubbornly refusing to use it, basically. We'll make it work. I mean, hell, we'll find Vow Clutch at some point, probably. Rime Blight. Sick name. Ice Necromancy level 7, Magical Plague that slowly freezes him from the inside out, takes AC ignoring cold damage each turn. As the disease progresses, how gruesome, shards of crystalline ice may erupt violently from their body, damaging nearby enemies and even spreading the affliction to others. In living, holy, or demonic creatures, the disease is especially virulent, feeding off the necromantic energies released by the host's suffering. As they approach the point of death, it will accelerate rapidly, devouring the last vestiges of their body, and leaving nothing behind but a twisted pillar of Stygian ice. Well, that's pretty sick, I have to admit. No, I understand what it does entirely. I'm curious how the spreading mechanic works exactly. Like, is there a chance for it to happen if two enemies are adjacent, or... I mean, I mean, just based on the way it's described, it seems outrageously powerful. I'm looking at the damage, it's not too bad. Icy inner flame. I mean, I say no more. I'm sold. That does sound like a fun one. All right, so we've got our army now. I was gonna do something. Oh yeah, I was thinking about memorizing Anguish and Martyr's Knell. I guess I should probably get some spell casting up, but I'm gonna commit to getting fighting to 10. Killed TRJ with one cast of Rime Blight and a few zaps of a lightning rod. Sounds pretty sick. Culture Vulture thinks Animate Dead is a good risk-reward mechanic because of the 50% chance to get a zombie. You have to lose all your current zombies for a chance to get others. Take a guaranteed risk for potentially 0. Yeah, I was about to say, like, everything you're saying sounds like shit. Like, why are you saying it's good? No, it's a typo. Okay. Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah, that's very, you have put this, you have put that a lot more articulately than I did, so I appreciate that. I often have trouble describing things in a way that kind of gets my point across. Whoa! An interesting typo. I mean, that happens to me all the time. Like, you say the exact opposite of what you mean accidentally. He's right, though. No, everything he said makes perfect sense. That's why, I mean, I think it's, again, this is a nebulous thing to say, I guess, but when I say it's not fun, like, it doesn't feel good. You know, the devs of this game will mock you relentlessly if you say something is not fun because they hate that feedback. But what people are really trying to say is, like, it doesn't feel good. It doesn't feel good to play with certain mechanics. And if you're constantly doing things to your player that feel bad, they're gonna stop playing your game at some point. Hopefully. Animate Dead is really weird because it benefits more from support spells than almost any other spell. Yeah, and it's already pretty strong as the thing because it's like, it's a summon, basically. Having allies is really, 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 really strong in this game. So, you know, that by itself makes it worth using, but they've managed to make it awkward enough. They haven't necessarily made it strictly weaker. In some ways, it's actually stronger for maybe turn economy during a fight, but it's significantly less fun to use, and it just feels worse to use. I don't know, man. I don't know about all that. I'll tell you what, though, Vamp Drain still feels exactly as good as it used to. They have not ruined that yet. It would be like all the items in vaults being behind a wall. You see the risk, but you don't know what the reward is, if there even is one. Risk versus reward mechanics hinge on knowing what both the risk and reward are before making the choice. Yeah, if you took away the 50%, you know, I hadn't even considered the 50%, to be honest with you, in terms of making this an extremely unfun value proposition. That's definitely a huge part of it. God, if I found inner fire on this dude, it'd be kind of fun. I would say it's still got problems even if you take away the percentage chance of failure, but the 50% is probably the most it's the rudest component. It's the rudest component of this of the spell being. I don't even want to say it sucks, because like still having minions is strong. Like in terms of raw mechanical power, it's still pretty good. It's just kind of unpleasant, I guess, would be the best word for it. But it's just inconsistent by design. Well, that's the thing about DCSS, is they're always trying to do that. Like, that's not an accident. They want everything to be as inconsistent as possible, which is yeah, you're right. It's not enjoyable. And I can understand how maybe you don't want everything in the game to be consistent, but probably at least some things should be. And they have gone down this path of, over the years, like Irradiate, for instance, used to be a finisher that just like guaranteed a certain amount of damage, and they had to ruin that. And that's still a reasonably powerful spell, but now it can fail you. You know, like now you know, you don't have that guarantee of something happening. Leaning toward poker rather than chess, a little bit, yeah. I personally think that consistency is a wonderful thing, and if you want to make it a relatively rare thing, I guess that's fine, because then it feels better for, I guess, a discerning player to look through the spells and figure out, you know, what things can I do with this character that are consistent versus most of the game, which is not consistent. And that can feel good. You end up coming up with clever, janky solutions like using BVC to nuke an enemy's evasion and then meleeing it down is actually something that feels pretty good. It feels like you did something smart. You cleverly overcame a barrier that the game wanted to put in place. Although to this day, I still don't think the devs understand exactly how broken that spell is. I would use that spell at its current level if all it did was the EV effect. Like, if all it did was hold the monster there and nuke its EV and did 0 damage, I would still use it. I would memorize it every single game that the character made any sense to get it on. Heavy emphasis toward this leads toward doing a lot of boring plays like dragging stuff upstairs. Yeah, well, the more, bullshit that they add to the game, the more optimally you need to play just to get a win. And yeah, it is relatively boring to drag things one at a time upstairs and then fight them very carefully. And that's the thing, is it's like, that's interesting in some sense, because it's like, what does theoretical optimal gameplay look like? Okay, fine, let's find that out. And for some people that's going to be entertaining. If it wasn't, I assume very few people would watch me play. Irradiate is the only way to reduce armor. Yeah, acid as well. And there may be other things that apply the irradiate effect that I'm not thinking of right now. If you somehow apply malmutate to an enemy, it'll do the same thing. Yara's applies it's the wretched effect is what it is. I think all three of those things, Yara's, malmutate, and irradiate, all apply the wretched effect to an enemy, whereas it would actually give you mutations, at least it used to. Flux talisman after a few hits, there you go. They've been power creeping the shit out of some of the new stuff, like New Death and Mockleb. Well, like I was trying to say, like, with all of the, the downsides of the Soul Splinter spell, it might actually be the most powerful level 1 spell in the game. And in your email to me, Plankenstein, you had mentioned that in your run, you failed 3 times and then you just kind of died. And in theory, you could have cast it 3 more times after using a magic potion, but you're 100% right that it sucks terribly to, have a magic resistance check and then it just, owns you. But in theory, that could actually happen with pretty much any level 1 spell, because, with God, I don't know what the level 1 spells are these days. Let me think about this. I may be lying. Is Shock still a level 1 spell for Air Elementalist? So that could miss. You could miss with all those. So that's kind of like a magic resistant. Dart could low roll damage, although you're 100% right, that's not really going to matter or be very likely on level 1. Most things are going to die to Magic Dart. Magic Dart's really reliable. But you could low roll damage. You could see the dreaded hits but does no damage. You could miss a bunch. Well, you can't miss with Magic Dart, but you can hit but do no damage. Probably Fire Elementalist has the easiest time if you stay out of hallways, because the Will o' the Wisp spell, whatever that's called, is simultaneously broken and awful at the same time. Fail with confusion. Yeah, yeah. Well, that's a more direct, analog, because that's a magic resistance threat as well. What I'm trying to say though is, like, every level 1 spell, there are ways for you to get screwed over, which is exactly why attacks of opportunity is a terrible idea, because it's like, okay, you hand a dude a magic potion, then they get 3 more casts, and maybe not even that, because they have to sit there and melee. It may suck that, it may be unfortunate that the only way to balance, the RNG is to allow a character to stair dance or column dance. But that's the only real solution. Otherwise, you are going to have D1 deaths that don't make any sense, that are really unpleasant. It's, oh, well, I failed 3 times, I guess I'm owned, or 6 times, or whatever. It is an extra layer, and yeah, it's going to feel bad, and that's why a lot of people don't play enchanters, and it's a little bit of an odd choice to put on a necromancer, on a level 1 spell especially. I'm not really disagreeing with you. I'm just saying all of this to preface the fact that I actually think the spell is incredibly powerful, because when it does succeed, you get a minion that does really good damage for D1. It's a relatively tanky minion. It has like 5 HP. Yeah, I mean, if you can get the cast off, you basically have a really easy D1. You've seen a polearm null? That's the classic. Yeah, no, that's crazy. There's an individual who's like really close with the crawl devs, and a very, very nasty person who's just like one of those people who like gets away with being an asshole when nobody else would, because they're friends with the devs. This person wants there to be adders on D1. And I saw this on the official forums, and I just looked at this, and I'm just like, is this the caliber of individual that's making choices about this game? Like, why would you want to put an adder on D1? What meaningful counterplay does the player have other than really hope that it doesn't spot you? What meaningful counterplay do you have on D1 to deal with an adder? On certain characters, sure, maybe. Like if you're happen to be playing a fire elementalist, then the current level 1 fire elementalist spell can GG an adder instantly, fine. But most characters are not going to have a really easy time. Are literally offended when they look at the top streakers page. Oh, no. That actually, it's funny you bring that up. That individual who I just mentioned with the really dumb adder idea, I've seen screenshots of this person complaining about the fact that I'm on the number 1 streak, that I'm the number 1 streaker. I think it said something along the lines of it's really, really frustrating or something like that. God, what other things have these people said? They talked about like hacking into my account more or less, and like forcibly ending my streak, as though doing that would somehow mean that I lost. You know what I mean? They probably abhor streak gameplay as they're bad at it. They like it. They liked it back in the day when the people in their little in-group were the ones doing it. But as soon as I became number 1, suddenly it wasn't cool anymore. People like that should just be ostracized. Well, I agree, but the problem is that they're like a little vampire coven, and instead they're the ones that ostracize you. Like there's a friend of mine, who shall remain nameless, who refers to them as theater kids. I don't know if you guys had a high school where there were theater kids who were just pricks to everybody outside of their little group, and they weren't, like mainstream popular type people, but they were all basically like mean girls, you know what I mean? Like, even if they were guys, they were like the mean girl stereotype, the way they act, the way they treat other people. And you've got just like this very exclusionary sort of, either you're with us or you're against us, and we're going to mock you and treat you like shit, and be really snide and smug. And that's the vibe I get. When that guy said that, I thought like, wow, that really makes sense. That is the exact sort of mentality that these people have. Hypothetical optimal play doesn't look much like streak play. They love hypothetical optimal play. Wouldn't hypothetical optimal play look exactly like streak play? I mean, if you were, well, I mean, I don't know. I streak, and the thing is, like, I'll be the first to tell you I make mistakes all the time. And in fact, the thing about DCSS is, like, it's a game that, unless you are literally superhuman, it is a game that will extract mistakes out of you, is the thing. And so what you really have to do is, for me anyway, is I try to build my characters in such a way that mistakes don't punish them as much. And also in such a way that it burdens me as little as possible in terms of all the things I have to think about. So I want a character that's really tanky as much as possible. I want a character that can O-tab as much as possible if I can swing it. And this isn't always possible. If you're playing like a Spriggan, air elementalist, you're probably not going to get to that point. You're probably just going to have to bite the bullet and play slow and do the whole 9 yards. But there's still certain little things you can do. Like, for example, on any character, here's an example. If you give me the choice between being better some of the time with my items or being pretty good most, or rather all of the time, I'm going to go for the pretty good. In terms of like resistances, there are situations where, I could have like a swap for See Invisible or a swap for certain other things and maybe that'd be good, but I would have to sacrifice having that resistance on all the time. And if I could instead, build my character in such a way that a single mistake doesn't send me directly to a dead character land, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to want to have like one pip and everything all the time, if that's the choice that I'm given. Or I'm going to have I'm going to value, magic resistance all the time. Even if like if you offered me +6 slay, and then a magic resist ring on the side, and you told me that I could have the slay on all the time and then swap to the magic resist when I need it, I wouldn't take you up on that. I would just wear the magic resist all the time, even though that's not optimal, probably. The chance of me forgetting to swap, it's small but present. And so you gotta assume you're not superhuman, no matter how much you know about the game, no matter how on top of it you are, you're gonna fuck up at some point, and so you want to remove the opportunity for the game to do that to you, basically. But the mean team says, I'm told optimal things that presume ideal scenarios where optimal player never exists in a dangerous scenario, all while in the same in-group engineers force dangerous situations. Yeah, I remember one time I got shafted on a tournament into a room full of skeletal warriors. I was completely surrounded. And I just remember thinking to myself, like, this is not fair. To be fair, at that point in the game, you've got some resources, hopefully, but optimal assuming worst case scenarios rather than optimal trying to min-max. Exactly. Just assume that bad things are going to happen either through no fault of your own, e.g. teleporting, shafting, etc., or through fault of your own because you forgot to swap, or you misclicked, you fat fingered the keyboard. There was the D1 shaft. Yeah, that's true. I don't think that was on my main account, thank God, but I survived that actually through a combination of really, really good play and really, really good luck. They brought back D1 shafts. Did they really? Are they just mad about my streak and they want to put it into it? Like what? Oh man, is that? I don't know. I make these jokes. I don't want to actually suggest they're making decisions because of me. I don't actually believe that. On the other hand, I could believe that. I really can't overstate how much these people hate me. As far as I know, to this day, there is still a pin about me in the DCSS channel of the Roguelikes Discord. And if you go there, you'll see a pin that's like, don't talk about Malcolm Rose. He's the most evil person in the universe. He's a bad guy. Don't link to his content. But also, if you want to link to specific plays from his videos, you can. It's like this weird ass, just giant rant. It like accuses me of everything under the sun. Like apparently I eat babies, not, it doesn't say that literally, but it seems to be what they're suggesting. If you read between the lines, like, I don't know, dude, these people despise me. It's like a superhuman, it's like a towering hatred. Whole idea behind that stuff has a completely different motivation. It's all about wanting to have memorable games. See, I can understand that as the thing. And I do think that if you want to be able to have memorable games, probably you are going to have to allow for a certain number of completely unfair deaths. And I get that. I just think that it's a difference of opinion in terms of where that line should be, probably. And I think that D1 shafts are incredibly compelling as far as like if you get dumped down in that shaft and you survive. But it's going to feel like the most unfair, unfun, and horrible thing in the universe as far as gaming goes if it happens and then you lose. Assuming you care, assuming you're on a streak, assuming you care about trying to win. And I think probably what it comes down to is mentality, because to be fair, most people who play this game are not trying to streak, so this is not really something they come across. If they get shafted on D1 and they die, they shrug their shoulders and they move on. So I can kind of understand, like, not really giving a shit, I guess, about the, unfair deaths on D1. But I do think that what makes DCSS interesting is that, like, I guess this used to be true, I don't know if it's true anymore, but the idea, in my mind anyway, was that pretty much most of the time, 99.99% of the time, if you lose the game, it's your fault. And if you can, if you can learn something from each of those losses, in theory, you'll never lose again. And I always thought that was just the core, that was the sort of the core conceit of the game that I thought was really, really, really interesting. And when that becomes less and less true, for me anyway, the game becomes less interesting. But that's just me, obviously I'm a very particular kind of gamer, and like the fact that I do this streak kind of, obviously it's going to be a sign that I'm doing things a little bit differently. But there are dudes who do like real-time speedrunning or turn count speedrunning where losing a run is just like, you're going to lose 10,000 runs before you get the time that you want. So it's, there's various ways to enjoy the game. What's the difference between a D1 shaft and a D1 starting room where you can just go downstairs with nothing else to do? Well, first of all, that's a really dumbass vault. I would say those are slightly different scenarios, but I would also say that entrance vault is... I've seen a picture of it, and it's dumb. Bad design. You have a couple of options, I guess, that you can do. Like, you go downstairs, and then at that point you kind of sort of have a staircase to use to stair dance if you want to. Not that you probably would want to, because you're level 1, you're going to be taking damage as you go up. Depending on what features are in the room, I don't remember if there was water or not. Maybe you could do something sort of interesting, like lure things up and then walk to the water. But with attacks of opportunity, it's just like a nightmare to even do any cool stuff like that. So D1 starting room with only downstairs and a D2, D5 shaft. Now that's where it's at. Well, that's the thing, though, is just like, I don't think these people care about possible scenarios like that. And in their defense, that scenario is pretty rare. But if it does happen, you're going to remember it and you're going to hate DCSS forever. You're gonna, I swear if that happened to me, I would just be fuming in front of my monitor. Like, oh, wow, this is fair. But I mean, I don't know. I think that if and when I lose this streak, I want it to be something that's like 100% my fault. Like, for example, if I had lost to that Ice Beast, I made a joke about like, oh, well, if the wand doesn't work right, it's not really my fault. But the reality is, I put myself in that scenario. I meleeed the Ice Beast. I knew probably that I shouldn't. I mean, granted, my memory's a little bit foggy and I didn't kick in soon enough. But, at some point I knew that Ice Beasts are not something you want to melee without RC. At least not past a certain level, not before a certain level. And I also kind of overestimated what my Vamp Drain was going to do for me. So it would have been my fault. So if I had lost the streak to that, I might have had a few snide remarks to say about the Warp Wand if the description had been wrong, which it wasn't. But at the end of the day, it would have been more my fault than not. And I think really in this game, especially when you're newer, but sometimes forever, you look at a loss and your instinct is to think, man, this is bullshit. I lost. It's not my fault. You're going to look for reasons why the game fucked you over, but probably it was your fault in some way, shape, or form. Maybe it would have required better, foresight way earlier is the thing. Like, that's the other problem, is like sometimes you make a mistake 7 floors before with your skilling, and then you lose because of it later, and it feels like you couldn't do anything, but really the mistake, it was a slow-moving problem that started way earlier when you, like, needed to train more defenses or something. Or maybe a free blinking scroll in that vault. All the Bailey that I left behind. Oh, you're talking about the entrance vault. One charge digging in the same room, so you can go straight to D2 and have a nice early resource. Yeah, something like that would be interesting. I could see that kind of like a forced artificer start, kind of. A blink scroll would be okay, but you're still kind of forced to go down to another floor, which is unpleasant. Splits, I see your hydrate. I'm sorry that the channel point reward things are not working. There should be a dude on the screen. Actually, I discovered something funny, and this is going to confuse the people watching this video later because it's not going to show up. But check out this thing that Twitch added. Hold on, let me on-screen celebration. So I need to add this to actual channel point alerts or something, because like the problem is, watch this. We'll use the soy jack, of course. I can make this happen. And it makes, for people watching on YouTube later, it makes a bunch of little emojis show up on the screen. But obviously I'm recording this on my stream software, so it's not going to show up there. But if I were to do that in a different way, it would, so. It's a little silly, but they're also like stealing what I think is a Streamlabs effect or something. There was it was Chadleywick or whatever told me this, and I immediately forgot. Act it out for you? June, I just said it's not working. How does it go? Oh shit, I'm sorry. Sorry for what? Our daddy taught us not to be ashamed of our drinks. Alright, is that good enough? Sorry for what? Especially since they're so hydrating and all. Especially since they quench your thirst and all. Alrighty, I'm losing it. I think it's time. I think it's time to call it. I've chatted for a very long time on layer 1, sitting on a staircase. Thanks, special thanks as usual to the to my benefactor. I appreciate that for paying for the run. This has been more fun than I thought it would be. Actually, I have a lot of thoughts on the new necromancer spells. I'm not necessarily saying that they're as good as the old way. I definitely still enjoy the old Bolt of Draining path better. But some components of this are interesting. The level 1 spell is at least colorful, I guess you could say. So don't get ice beasted. Yeah, don't get ice beasted. But I think this character is off the ground. Its defenses are not truly amazing yet, but it does have a lot of shields, and I think we can make this work. So it will be interesting to see if we have an easy session next time or not. Like Lair could still throw a few surprises at us, but with spines we're in a really good place. So anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed. Until next time, I am signing out. Formerly Malcolm Rose, now I am Dusty Ridgeman. I changed my name because I like to write. Read my books and you can be my friend. They're free on my site, but I'd like some cash if you'd like to be generous. Cha-ching. Finding your way to my heart can be done, but it's my wallet that you have to touch. Dusty Ridgeman.